Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Garrett Smith, also known as the Nutrition Detective around these here YouTube parts. And boy, we got a bunch of things to talk about today. First, I want to tell you all the folks in the live chat who get here and you're like dedicated hardcores. I'm sorry that I'm starting late, like 45 minutes later than I should have. You're gonna enjoy the show. There was a lot of stuff going into this show. I had trouble trimming it down because there's so many things I want to go over. And the biggest thing we're going to go over today is the molecule PEA, also known as palmitoylethanolamide. And we're going to talk about it a lot. It's a very cool molecule. I know you guys may hear that and go, wait, palmitic is bad and ethanol is bad and amide, I'm not sure. Is this okay? Yes, this is something your body makes and it is amazingly helpful. And we have testimonials to it, both from Kelsey, who helped figure it out and brought my attention to it and tried it and demonstrated that it worked. And we have other people in. So for those of you who don't know, when I'm figuring out new things, or when Kelsey figures out new things and brings them to me, either she runs it by me first, and then we start having people. We usually try it first, and then we start having people experiment with it. So if you ever wanted to be one of the early people made aware of this stuff, well, you'd want to be working with us in our testing and consultation and doing the office hours that you can purchase with that, which is the follow-up. Or you can get into the inner circle. If you're a Love Your Liver member, inside the inner circle, you can join that separate membership, and then you can get the earliest stuff. So like the general Love Your Liver program has not heard of PEA yet, and I haven't talked about it on YouTube yet because I wanted to assess it in real life and see if all the research was true, and it seems to be. So we have lots of stuff to go over today. It's not just PEA. So let me get into it. So Joe, let me share my screen. I didn't do that for you yet. And I do want to tell you, like, one of the interesting things that I'll go over in the in a testimonial is one thing PEA helps you do is handle stress. Now, I can tell you that I had a lot of things not happen right this morning. And I know I normally, back in the past, I would have been kind of agitated. My mouse wasn't working right, and I started my prep late today, later than I normally did, and it just wasn't, the day wasn't going well. And my stress handling has been it's just, it wasn't terrible before, but it's way better. So, and it's my relationship with Kelsey's getting better. Like everything, I'm going to tell you, this PEA is pretty magic. So you're going to want to pay attention. People who like Beth Martens, who's in the live chat right now, they've been chomping at the bit to hear me talk about this because it's really something. So first thing I wanted to go over is, now I'm not going to say this, Joe, you can go to this one. I'm not going to say these words on this channel because I don't want to get kicked out, because I don't know how anti things are. But I want you to pay attention to these words right here. See this? Those 4 words right there. You can find this on the internet as tapes. Joe, I'm not showing the wrong screen. Sorry. Here we are. Sorry, Joe. So these 4 words right here. Starts with NOOB. I'm not going to say it. You're going to want to, if you want to know, if you don't believe, okay, so I put in the docs, the purpose of a system is what it does. I believe, well, what I'm seeing and what we go over here is that we are being made to be toxic, poisoned, and nutritionally deficient. And all of the society stuff that is happening is intentional and planned. This, if you go and you find these transcripts on this page, this is just a PDF, and this is the transcripts of it. There are multiple tapes you can listen to. Tapes, they're online as MP4s. You can find them for free. This information was relayed to a group of physicians in 1969, and then this gentleman put all this stuff to tape and transcript in 1988. Okay, so even if you don't believe this meeting happened in 1969, this information what came out in 1988. Okay? They tell you all the things that are happening right now and that are coming and that have already happened. Okay? So, and in there they talk about poisoning people. They talk about the cultural changes. They talk about the societal changes. Like, if this depresses you, but if you know this is already happening. Okay, so I already knew this was happening. If listening to this again, and if you already know that all this stuff is happening and you've admitted it to yourself and you understand, you don't need to go listen to this. But if you know people who don't believe it or who are on the fence, and who need to hear that this information is like 60 years old plus. Because of course when they're talking about it, they've had all these plans for a while, and now it's 69. You can share it with them. Don't go, if you already know this stuff. I found it, Kelsey sent it to me, and I was listening to it, and I got through all the tapes of the original interview, and I was pretty depressed after that. Because I already knew this was happening. It's like why I don't watch a lot of scary movies or suspenseful movies. I'm like, I don't need that in my life. I don't need to add that. Life is enough. So if you already know this stuff, you don't need to go listen to it. But if you aren't sure about it, and you don't believe that everything happening today was planned and is intentional, then you might want to go read it and share it. Okay? So now, before we get into PEA, for those of you who want to help support us, Kelsey and I, and the whole Nutrition Detective team, this for now, I am working on, so I'm telling you guys this before I have a supplement of it. I'm going to make a supplement of PEA, and I'm going to include OEA in it, which is really cool, oleoyl ethanolamide. And we're going to make that, and it's going to be amazing. For now, I want you guys to be able to go get it for now. So if you want to go get it, this is one place that we've gotten it from, is Pure Bulk. And if you click on that link, then you can, sorry, I'm trying to check the link. Joe wants the link. Yes, let me give you the link, Joe. Copy, paste, there we go. Okay, I think I missed a bunch of chats in my live chat thing. But anyway, so you can get it in capsules. You can get it in bags, powder. Okay, some people have been using the bulk supplement stuff. We've also experimented with this Pure Bulk stuff. It's likely all from the same place. There's not a lot of manufacturers of this. It doesn't make any sense when you find out how good it is for you. Or maybe it does make sense, because if the purpose of the system is to have you not be healthy, and PEA is a compound that is made in your own body and is in some foods, so they can't patent it, and it helps people actually be healthier, they wouldn't want you to know about it. There wouldn't be a lot of places making it. You'll understand why very soon. So if you want to help support us, you can try getting your PEA from here. So now let's move on. Okay, so this is the paper that I believe, so in all honesty, I came across this paper maybe before Kelsey did. I don't know, but I just kind of dismissed it because I saw that big word, as some of you are probably looking at that word and you're going, that word is scary. It looks chemical. Okay, you make it. It's an I'm going to tell you this before we go. It's an endocannabinoid. No, it's not marijuana. No, it's not THC. No, it's not CBD. It is in that family. And no, you should not be taking THC or CBD to support your cannabinoid system. That would be like telling people that they should take heroin to support their opioid system. Okay? No, you don't take drugs that mess with this. And it's the system. They named the system terribly. It's like when they named the retinoid X receptor or retinoic acid receptor. They named it after something stupid because they saw that receptor reacted to it. So the endocannabinoid system reacts to chemicals that they call cannabinoids that they group in there because they're a certain form. No, you're not going to get high from PEA. Actually, as you'll see, PEA helps people quit addictive things. It literally reduces drug withdrawal symptoms. It helps people quit things. So if you have bad habits still, and this is okay, if you're in the Love Your Liver program or you're out there and you are addicted to the studies we're going to go over, morphine, it helped with cocaine. It helped with, in theory, it helps with cannabis, and it also helps with nicotine. So if you're addicted to any of these things, you're going to want to keep listening. So no, it's not going to get you high, okay? Don't let the chemical word or the classification of it drive you away. That would be a terrible thing to have happen or to choose to have happen. So what we're going to go, this paper is long, and I'm going to go through it piece by piece. This is the main one I want to go over today. I thought about only doing this today, but then I just couldn't help myself. This is going to be like a 4-hour show, maybe 4.5 hours, probably. Here we go. Nickel allergy remains the most prevalent case of allergic contact dermatitis worldwide. Again, why aren't they talking about it? And nickel allergy comes about from nickel toxicity. It's just a certain presentation, okay? Imposing a substantial socio-epidemiological and economic burden. Beyond its classical cutaneous presentation, the most common, systemic nickel allergy syndrome, toxicity, highlights the systemic dimension of nickel hypersensitivity, wherein dietary nickel intake may provoke or cause both GI, as in gut, and cutaneous, as in skin, symptoms through mechanisms involving gut barrier impairment, leaky gut, and mucosal immune priming. So an overreaction by the immune system. Against this background, we propose to revisit PEA, an endogenous, that means made within your body, alliamide. Wait, did I highlight alliamide yet? Did we? Oh no, I'll get into that, what that word means. So anyway, it's made within your body. It's in that class of compounds with well-documented. There's over 350 studies on this stuff. Anti-inflammatory, anti-angiogenic, and anti-allergic properties. Antihistamine properties, anti-mast cells going off when they're not supposed to properties, for those of you who have allergies. Already studied in pain and inflammatory disorders and employed in veterinary dermatology. So it's good enough for your animals, but they don't want you talking about it. So angiogenic, if you didn't know what angiogenic is, this is something that they tend to talk about in the cancer world. Angio is blood vessels. Genic is making new blood vessels. So in our world, let's say PEA helps you. It either protects you from toxins, and I do believe it may actually help you detox fatty toxins better. What's a fatty toxin we talk about a lot? Vitamin A. And what causes cells to reproduce faster? Vitamin A. If you're making more cells, what do you need for those? You need more blood vessels. What inhibits vitamin A detoxification? Nickel. What does nickel cause? Cancer. If you don't understand all that, go back and put it together from all the other stuff that I've gone over. I don't have time to rehash that whole thing. But anyway, in the oncology world, the cancer treatment world, the dis-ease management, they like things that are anti-angiogenic because they think if you could simply starve the cancer of blood by not letting it make new blood vessels, that's how you fix the cancer. What if the body stopped making blood vessels to these cancers or tumors because it didn't need to build more toxin storage tissue? right? Do you see how they can say it's anti-angiogenic, as in it's anti-new blood vessel formation? Or they could say you're just not making that tissue, so your body doesn't need to make new blood vessels for it. And then if it's actually detoxing it, then you could pull back some of those blood vessels because those cells are going to eventually die and become unnecessary because the toxins are gone. Okay? So that's angiogenesis, is the making of blood vessels. So anti-angiogenic is not making new blood vessels, but that's because they're mainly talking about cancer. Okay? And what does nickel cause? Cancer. What does PEA help with? As you'll see, nickel symptoms. That's what this whole paper is about. So again, it's good enough for your animals, but it's not good enough for anybody else to talk about. PEA down modulates mast cell degranulation. It helps with mast cell disorders. Suppresses VEGF expression via PPAR. You're going to see PPAR alpha a lot and mTOR some as we go. And enhances intestinal barrier integrity. I'm pretty sure that means it fixes leaky gut. What causes leaky gut? Nickel and vitamin A in particular. Acting as a promising gatekeeper molecule that reduces gut hyperpermeability, characterizing systemic nickel allergy, as well as other gut disorders with systemic consequences. So what do we talk about with toxic bile paradigm? Like, what is the cause of chronic disease all over the body? It's toxic, it's bile and the toxins it contains leaking into the system. Leaking. So if we can fix the leaks, both by reducing our intake of nickel and vitamin A, and let's say we have this tool called PEA that's literally been shown to fix the leaks. Wait, so if PEA helps fix the leaks, and as you've seen people out on the internet say leaky gut is the cause of all disease, right? Okay, leakiness fits into toxic bile paradigm really well. But if we fix the leaks, then in theory, couldn't we fix or help at least almost any disease? Wait until you see what PEA helps with. And I'm not even going to go over all the stuff I have today. This paper is presented as a viewpoint intended to highlight the untapped therapeutic potential of PEA, suitable for both oral and topical administration. We're working on a lotion with it in it now. As a candidate to address the multifactorial pathophysiology of nickel allergic contact dermatitis and systemic nickel allergy. Okay, here we go. Again, nickel allergy remains the most common cause of allergic contact dermatitis, with prevalence rates approaching 20% in the general population. We kind of covered this a little bit. Its socio-epidemiological burden is remarkable. Constant exposure through jewelry, clothing fasteners, coins, cosmetics, electronic devices, and even occupational tools, like a barbershop or a hairdresser or a dentist, if they touch it with bare hands, leads to recurrent dermatitis, reduced quality of life, and significant healthcare expenditures. The chronicity of the condition, they mean long-term, like it's not going away, results in absenteeism, missed work, professional impairment, and social stigma, making nickel allergy a true public health issue rather than a mere dermatological nuisance. We've been getting people back to work regularly. That was even before we knew about nickel. So now imagine if you're having health problems that are literally getting in the way of you working and you want to work, and you understand that the world functions by people like literally working and doing things, and you want to contribute to society, but you can't because you're sick, you're in the right place. We can help you. Beyond the classical cutaneous presentation, as in skin rashes and things of that nature, systemic nickel allergy syndrome exemplifies the systemic nature of nickel hypersensitivity. So it's an allergic syndrome, but it's systemic, related to all sorts of diseases. As dietary nickel ingestion can elicit gut symptoms such as nausea, abdominal pain, and diarrhea, alongside skin manifestations like urticaria, that's rashes, and eczema. So they're mainly going to focus on gut and skin. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you guys are going to go out there. So you're going to go out and do your own research, and you're going to find that there's micronized PEA and there's ultra micronized PEA. And if you guys want to mess with that, that's fine. Kelsey and I and our people have been taking basic PEA. What do they keep talking about in this paper about what the PEA helps? Your gut. So if the PEA is in your gut and it's touching your gut cells, it can do plenty, and then you do absorb some of it. So if you want to pay obscene prices for micronized or ultra micronized PEA, I mean, go ahead. They combine, here's a crazy thing about PEA. They keep combining it with stuff that we don't use. They'll combine it with quercetin. They'll combine it with luteolin. They'll combine it with all sorts of crap that we don't touch. If you want to go, I wouldn't suggest buying any of those. And of course, they're going to have all the fillers and additives that they normally like to do. Bulk supplements PEA capsules don't have any additives or fillers. Ours won't either. But anyway, we're getting plenty of results, as you'll see in the testimonials. We're getting plenty of results with just the normal, plain stuff. You don't need to buy the fancy stuff. Management of this problem remains largely focused on restrictive low-nickel diets. Now, we're going to get into some honesty here, which is good, which may offer symptomatic relief. Yes, they do. And you actually are getting rid of nickel, as we saw in my hair test several episodes ago, but are often difficult to follow. I never said the low-nickel diet was easy. Nutritionally unbalanced. Oh, well, that's if you go by normal standards. And socially limiting. I don't know. I can go to Chipotle and get rice and meat. If I had, if you're going out, you can go plenty of places. I have not had any problem going out and eating low nickel as long as I'm not obsessive about it. Okay. But yeah, could it be socially limiting, especially if you're really sick and you really need to avoid nickel? Yeah. The PEA may help you to get out more. Oh, actually, I wanted to tell you, okay, this was an important thing about going out to eat and symptoms. So I used to go, I still go to it's called First Watch. It's a breakfast restaurant. And I go there for business. Julie and I will have business meetings there, and my mom likes to go there. So we go. Funny thing about that place was I would go, and if you guys remember when I went over the dishwashing rinse aids, the dishwasher detergents and the rinse aids that restaurants use. If I didn't go over this here, I need to, but I'm pretty sure I went over it. These things, those surfactants that they use in there, literally like dissolve your gut, like leaky gut. They dissolve the cell phospholipid membranes, and that's how you can cause leaky gut. And they showed it in a paper. I started on PEA, and I used to go to this restaurant, especially in the morning, and I would end up, generally, within a half hour after eating, I would have urgency, and sometimes I would have looser bowels. And I was getting kind of tired of it. I kept thinking, what am I eating? Am I eating is it too fatty? What can I change? What can I do about it? I couldn't figure it out. I started on PEA. That doesn't happen anymore at the restaurant. It's completely stopped. Doesn't matter what I eat now. I'm still on a low nickel diet, but that symptom, if you have loose bowels, the first thing you should do, as you're going to see in this, is do PEA. That would be what I would do. That's what I would do. Now, if you're constipated, you can still do PEA. Don't think that what we're going to go over in the future means that if you're constipated, you can't do PEA. PEA will help fix your bowel movements. I'm positive of it. Okay. So anyway, what did the PEA fix for me? Probably fixed or made me more resilient to the damage that those dishwashing detergents and rinse aids that are still stuck on the plate. They actually went over this in the paper. There's enough rinse aid left on the plate that it can cause gut problems. So if you eat out, you don't have to eat out. You don't have to, but otherwise things become quite socially limiting. Okay. So I like not having that problem anymore. This unmet therapeutic need emphasizes the importance of novel or new interventions able to act on the immunological, the immune system, and angiogenic mechanisms underpinning nickel hypersensitivity, improving both patient outcomes and quality of life. Mechanistically, the systemic features of systemic nickel allergy syndrome have been linked to increased gastrointestinal permeability, leaky gut, mucosal mast cell activation. So if you're histamine sensitive, this is what we're talking about. and immune sensitization occurring at the gut barrier level, contributing to a low-grade systemic inflammation, the amplification of both GI and cutaneous symptoms in sensitized individuals. I know it might seem a little repetitive. We're going to get to the good stuff. Let's see. Let me find it. Oh, come on. We're not quite there yet. I love this. The so-called gut to skin axis. And what they mean is this is one of the first things that I was taught in naturopathic medical school is what's happening on your skin is most likely happening in your gut. Okay. So the first thing we came out with was toxic bile theory or toxic bile well, there was theory, now it's paradigm, but then now we have nickel. Nickel directly connects your skin and your gut. And where does nickel cause the most symptoms? Your skin and your gut. It doesn't mean it doesn't cause symptoms everywhere else, but it accumulates the most, the fastest in your skin and your gut. So I love this. The so-called, like parts of your body are connected. The so-called gut-skin axis thus represents a key pathogenic, that's disease creation bridge. Local angiogenesis in skin lesions mirrors mucosal vascular responses in the gut. Wait, so your gut health reflects your skin health. That's what they literally just said. Both perpetuating or continuing the allergic phenotype, the expression of allergies, and explaining why a nickel allergy manifests or shows up as a combined skin and gut disorder. The quote, leaky gut allows greater antigen translocation and promoting systemic sensitization. So the leaky gut allows basically proteins that shouldn't get through to get into your bloodstream. It would also allow more nickel to get through and more of all sort copper and all sorts of other things that you don't want to come through. Okay. The so-called skin. It's like when they're like the so-called mind-body connection. Like, we're not sure if it exists or not. It's amazing that people could be like so literally ignorant. Recent studies identifying structural and functional defects in the duodenal, that's your intestines, mucosal barrier, reinforce the concept that nickel-driven immune activation, barrier impairment, that's leaky gut, and angiogenesis are interconnected processes. Let me see. Oh, this is gonna kind of start tying things together. This bidirectional skin-gut axis explains why nickel allergy often presents with both skin and gut symptoms and suggests that targeting angiogenic pathways, I don't think we need to do that, alongside dietary, so like low nickel, and microbiome-based approaches, like, I don't know, feeding your gut with sun fiber, giving your gut soluble fiber that doesn't come with a bunch of nickel, potentially getting either lactobacillus, which is helpful for more people, and maybe bifido, and then feeding them with something like soluble fiber or sun fiber. You can help the gut biome, which then helps you make less toxic bile, which then helps you're burning holes through your gut less, and everything gets better. They may provide therapeutic benefits. So you're seeing here that the PEA is tying together a lot of the stuff we talk about in toxic bile paradigm. PEA in current clinical practice, mechanisms and evidence across indications, helping multiple diseases. This is what ALAI amides means. I have not seen this term in any other papers. Auticoid local injury antagonist amides. Abbreviated with the acronym ALIamides, are endogenous, made within the body, bioactive, they do stuff in the body, lipids, they're fat soluble, fatty related, of the N-S-acyl ethanolamine family. Pay attention. Synthesized, made by the body on demand in response to injury, inflammation, or cellular stress to maintain local homeostasis, keep you alive, and prevent excessive immune activation. So before you guys are like, oh my gosh, it's a chemical, like it's literally made by your body under stress to protect you in response to injury, inflammation, or cellular stress. Can we also add toxicity to that? Now, Toxicity tends to slow detox, and toxicity, as I'm going to show you, slows your body's production of good things, including PEA. That's how you get health problems. They are produced from membrane phospholipids, fats in your cell membranes. Wait, what did these toxins destroy? Oh, your cell membranes, the fats in your cell membranes, and converted into free NAEs. That's the category that PEA is in, such as PEA and OEA, which I just mentioned, while their degradation or breaking down by specific enzymes, FAAH and NAAA, tightly regulates their levels and duration of action in tissues. Okay, so the body has pretty good control over this. But if it doesn't have enough, you get problems. Among the alliamides, PEA is the best characterized by its anti-inflammatory, analgesic, it helps relieve pain, and mast cell modulating properties, so it helps reduce allergy symptoms. Notably, the mast cell modulating properties of PEA are further supported by experimental evidence in that's allergic contact dermatitis, where PEA levels increase locally at sites of skin inflammation, and exogenous administration significantly reduces edema, inflammatory cell infiltration, and cytokine release, as demonstrated by Petrosino in a well-established mouse model. Sorry. Ugh. Okay. I want you to see here. So the body increases PEA at the local sites. And then when they give more of it, it helps more. Okay? So is the body making enough of it? No. Simple as that. The body's trying to make it. It's not able to make enough. And so if you add more to it, it helps even more. In addition, it stabilizes epithelial tight junctions. That's leaky gut. It's fixing leaky gut. Counteracts oxidative stress. Nickel increases reactive oxygen species. Nickel increases oxidative stress and restores intestinal barrier integrity. Fixes leaky gut, which is crucial in conditions characterized by leaky gut. Clinically, pay attention. Clinically, PEA has shown benefits in neuropathic pain. If you have burning pain, if you have neuropathy, if you have numbness, tingling, pay attention. Neuropathic pain, if you have nerve type pain, fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, eczema, and atopic dermatitis, with an excellent safety profile supported by multiple human clinical trials and veterinary dermatology studies. I want you guys to understand that PEA, in one research paper that I saw, I'm not saying that it's impossible for somebody to not feel good on PEA. That's always possible. Anything can cause anything in anybody at any time. Okay. I do think when people are really, really toxic, again, like when people are really, really toxic and they take zinc and they don't feel good, but as we get them healthier and less toxic, then they're able to take zinc. Or when people take, let's say, Pectosol at the start and they don't feel good because they're really, really toxic and it's stirring stuff up. Maybe they start with less or they go down, or maybe they wait a while and they do the diet first and then they re-add the Pectosol and then they're able to take it. So if you have a reaction to PEA, you're going to do the same thing we always do. You're going to lower your dose and see if you can find a dose that works for you, or you're going to wait and try it again later. So, that was what I was going to say. So let me just read this again. PEA is the most well-known alliamide with a well-documented high safety profile. I found a paper that the words of it were literally, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but PEA is devoid of side effects. They're literally saying PEA doesn't cause side effects. That's what they said in the paper. Now, again, I'm saying people could not feel good on it if they take too much. Okay, but in research papers where they're saying there's like no side effects, that's pretty important in this world, okay? Because it is produced physiologically as your body makes it, PEA acts as a pro-homeostatic modulator. That means it helps your body return to a proper balance rather than as a conventional anti-inflammatory drug, and does not induce immunosuppression. So it's helping your immune system. It's not suppressing your immune system. It's not forcing your immune system to work harder It's not a drug. It's helping your body return to balance. And when you see the testimonials, you'll understand this. Clinical and preclinical data show very low toxicity, good tolerability, and no evidence of dependency or withdrawal. Do you understand that drug-like effects, things that are not good for us, tend to cause dependency and withdrawal? PEA doesn't do that. From a pharmacokinetic perspective, PEA is mainly degraded by NAAA and FAAH, and clinically relevant cytochrome P450 mediated drug-drug or drug nutrients interactions have not been convincingly documented. So it's not getting in the way of your detox system. It's not blocking your detox system like, oh, I don't know, nickel. So it doesn't interact with drugs. It doesn't interact with nutrients. It just goes in and does its work and helps you feel better. Along this line, PEA exemplifies a broad spectrum, as in it helps lots of things: immune regulation, mast cell modulation, barrier protection, angiogenesis inhibition, metabolic control. Oh yeah, it helps with like diabetes and metabolic syndrome and blood sugar control too, and weight control, and satiety signaling, making it an attractive tool for chronic inflammatory and metabolic conditions, including nickel allergy, where mast cell activation, vascular remodeling, and gut-skin crosstalk converge. For those of you who are out there even thinking about GLP-1 Gila monster venom derived drugs to make you not want to eat, which is eventually going to make you sick, it may even take away your ability to love those GLP-1s. You might want to try PEA first. Unless you want to become a full-time pharmaceutical patient, or just find me later and then we can try to fix you from all the broken stuff you did taking drugs. So let me see, was there anything else? Consistent with, did we do this one? Well, they're saying here, thus both topical and oral PEA can be conceptually integrated into therapeutic strategies aimed at protecting barrier function, modulating mast cell activity, and mitigating the cutaneous, skin, and gut symptoms of nickel allergy. Comparing to normal drugs, unlike conventional long-term therapies, particularly corticosteroids, as in prednisone, like we talked about with the doggy in the last episode or two, or synthetic immunosuppressants, like for those of you who are out there on autoimmune drugs, which are often limited by accumulating toxicity. So I just want to make sure they're saying prednisone, corticosteroids, and systemic immunodepressants, autoimmune drugs, are often limited in their dosing and their time by accumulating toxicity. What do we talk about here? Beth, if you're in the chat, you might want to talk about your recent experience where you were thinking something toxic was coming out of your skin from your past, if you want to. Beth left. Okay. Limited by cumulative toxicity and tolerability issues, PEA may allow sustained symptom control with fewer safety constraints, none that I know of, supporting its suitability as a candidate adjunctive strategy for chronic allergic conditions such as nickel allergy, pending dedicated clinical validation. We need more research. 350 studies isn't enough. We can't sell it as a pharmaceutical, so what are we going to do? How are we going to make money on this? Okay. Well, let's see. How does this relate to nickel toxicity and nickel allergy and all? Is there a bunch of research here? On the other hand, major limitations must be acknowledged. To date, no clinical trial has directly evaluated PEA in nickel-induced allergic contact dermatitis or systemic nickel allergy syndrome, meaning its efficacy remains hypothetical. Well, we're going to prove it for them. The heterogeneity of nickel allergy phenotypes, as in how different they are, because there's like gut They think there's like gut allergy, and then there's skin allergy, and then there's other presentations of it. So there's different expressions of it. That's the phenotype. Ranging from localized dermatitis to systemic syndromes, complicates trial design and patient stratification. It's got to be hard to figure that out when like everybody's nickel toxic and it's presenting symptoms in all sorts of different diseases in people. It's got to be hard. It's a good way to not have to study it. Oh, it's too big. Oral bioavailability, though improved, remains variable, and inter-individual differences in metabolism may limit efficacy. That sounds like an excuse. From a regulatory perspective, PEA is classified mainly as a nutraceutical, as in a supplement or cosmetic. Thus, therapeutic claims would require robust, randomized, controlled trials, which are costly and time-consuming. Since they can't patent it, it's going to cost them too much money to try to, for a company to try to get claims on it that are FDA approved. So, and then everybody else, once the claims are there, everybody else could probably use the same claims. So why would one company pay to do this when everybody else is just going to take their money from that? They're going to share, they're going to use what they spent. Kind of like the two people out there that I know of who are basically stealing my work and presenting it as their own. Hi guys, I'm sure you're watching here because you're going to try to steal more stuff. So I just want to let you guys know, karma is a bitch. And I've seen that when people try to do not very nice things to me, whatever you want to call it, comes to get them over time. So stop stealing my stuff and calling it your own. Don't do it. No, I'm not going to say who they are, but if you guys ever see people out there who are obviously stealing my work and presenting it as their own with no talking about what I do, and they're literally stealing stuff, feel free to let them know. Point it out to them on their comments. Finally, and if anybody ever thinks I don't give credit to Anthony Mawson and Grant Genereux, boy, you've missed a lot of my videos where I've done that quite often. Okay. Finally, the proposed additive role of PEA requires careful evaluation. Since current standard management, primarily low nickel diets, already provides clinical benefit, and it remains to be demonstrated whether PEA can offer meaningful incremental efficacy. They're saying, we don't know if PEA is going to help the low nickel diet at all. It is. It does. We're doing it. We are out in the trenches doing it. We take this research. We don't wait for the research to happen. We make it happen. Conclusions. Nickel allergy and systemic nickel allergy syndrome represent complex inflammatory conditions in which immune activation, mast cell signaling, angiogenesis, and intestinal barrier dysfunction converge, come together along a gut-skin axis. Theoretically. Within this framework, PEA emerges as a biologically plausible, as in it makes sense, and translationally accessible candidate. Its established safety profile, combined with documented anti-inflammatory, mast cell modulating, anti-angiogenic, and barrier protective properties, supports its consideration as an adjunctive or an additive strategy for both cutaneous and gastrointestinal manifestations of nickel hypersensitivity. At the same time, the absence of direct clinical trials in nickel allergy or SNAS represents a critical gap. Well, you can wait for them to do it. Do you think they're ever going to do it? Who's going to pay for it? Okay. So that is the basis of what we are talking about. PEA, we can tell you, helps nickel allergy. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a second to go read the PEA specific testimonials that we have. Let me go find those. Okay, here we are. Let me do full screen. So, first, this is in the references doc at the end. First, I want to say, Kelsey was telling me about PEA. And like I said, she saw that paper. I saw that paper and I kind of just blew it off. My mistake. Kelsey saw it. She dove in. She went down the rabbit hole and she got some. And I can tell you that during the initial nickel detox phase that Kelsey was going through, I say initial because she had another one. We're going to go over that. But as soon as she got the PEA, Like she was having some emotional stuff, some depression, some anxiety. And when I talked to her on the phone or I talked to her on our messaging app, like I could tell she was not in a good mood, a good emotional mental state. And I remembered that from mine. As soon as she got on the PEA, like I could literally tell the change happened. She went from, the depression, anxiety, kind of having trouble connecting, whatever. Then she was like right back to it. It was amazing. And that's when I was sold. I was sold as soon as she took it and I saw, a couple hours go through I was like, whoa, this stuff is amazing. So now let me give it to you in Kelsey's own words. So I'm so glad that she did this, that she experimented with it, that she got benefit, and then we get to share that with you guys. So make sure to thank Kelsey. So here we go. As some people in the program are aware, going, quote, low nickel, as much as I knew back in April, was very brutal and helped me to guide others that eliminating all known nickel sources in one fell swoop is not the way to go. Well, at least before we knew about alginates and Pectisol and Pecticlear and now PEA. So we're hoping this is going to make all of this easier. I was still suffering the effects of this rapid detox of accumulated nickel from my body, and Pecticlear Pectisol helped, but it did not bring full relief until I added PEA, like I was saying. That's what I knew happened to her. I believe that PEA doesn't absorb the nickel and prevent some reabsorption like the pectin-based supplements or the alginate too. It literally clears up and helps repair the damage caused by nickel in the diet and coming out of storage. This is what Kelsey and I have been talking about. So the PEA, okay, so if somebody doesn't go low nickel, okay, so like if you have literal nickel toxicity, which you're almost guaranteed to, it's at least causing some of your health issues. PEA is not, we're not taking it because we think it's helping you detox it faster. It's fixing the damage that is left. It's fixing the damage that's there. Like if somebody doesn't do the low nickel diet and they take PEA, will they likely feel better while they keep taking it? Yes. If they stop taking it and they don't do anything about their toxicity, are their problems likely going to come back? Probably. The PEA may help with detoxing some of the fat-soluble toxins, but it's not going to necessarily help with the toxicity from the metals, okay? So it's helping to fix the damage. It may be helping a little bit with detox, but if you do the low nickel diet, and especially if you're having a lot of symptoms with it, the PEA can just really, really help. That's what we're saying. So the two things that really, really help during the low nickel detox, we're talking about Pecticlear, the alginate and Pectisol combination, and PEA. Okay. So if you're having a rough time right now, you've got an option. So Kelsey found another large source of nickel in her environment. She removed it. And well, she left out a little part here because she typed it up for me kind of fast this morning, and everything was so much smoother. Less anxiety, more mood stability, better energy and attention, better stress tolerance, no pain, and the last bit of mild positional tinnitus. So that's ear ringing. It depends on the position of your head or the position that you're laying in. So you could be laying down, you could be standing up, you could be moving your head. Positional tinnitus is ear ringing that changes with your position or activates with your position. So the mild positional tinnitus I had is completely silent. Also, no more little back twinges when getting up from laying down. This is amazing because I once suffered with moderate to severe sciatica and still have a slip disc to my knowledge. So what she's saying, let me expand on this a little more. And thank you for the testimonial, Kelsey. I know you typed this up fast. So she got rid of this nickel source, and within a day or two, she started having nickel detox symptoms again. Okay. She was starting up again. So if you guys do this, like let's say you go low nickel and you start having detox symptoms from the nickel. And then later on, let's say you still had a nickel source in your diet, like, I don't know, beer, alcohol, coffee, maybe you smoke a pipe or cigarettes every once in a while, or you're still smoking weed or whatever. And then let's say you fix your diet and you start detoxing and you don't feel good. And then you finally get off that other nickel source. You're going to probably go through a nickel detox phase again. And there may be kind of cycles to the nickel detox where you have a rough patch and then things get better for a little bit, and then you have another rough patch. And the second, third patches, cycles, whatever, are less intense. They're still not fun. So anyway, Kelsey took this out, and I started to see that literally, hear and read on when I talked to her that she was getting the moody stuff again. And she knew she was going through it. She said before she started, she's like, I'm probably going to have to go through a bunch of dumping again. And I was like, maybe, yeah, maybe. And then she did the PEA, and she was really like, it was a minimal spike of symptoms within like a day or two, and then it was gone. So we got more testimonials. It's not just Kelsey. These were other testimonials from people who are in the office hours working with Kelsey and I directly, or they're doing the hair test and the blood test and then getting the follow-up. Or there are people who are in my inner circle, which is the live stream, the private live stream I do right after this inside of the Love Your Liver program, where people can ask me, they pay a fee and they can ask me all the questions they want each week. Here we go. PEA testimonial number 1. I've worked up to 1/8 of a teaspoon 3 times per day. That's about a quarter teaspoon is about 400 milligrams. So this person is taking 200 milligrams 3 times a day. Like I said, it's better. Kelsey figured out it's better to multi-dose it rather than take bigger doses. But you can, however it works for you, you can do. I'm very sensitive. Always have detox symptoms no matter what I do or don't do. I do have to stay on the LYL diet, low nickel diet, to accomplish the best results. It will get better for no reason until it isn't. The PEA has made the detox symptoms almost disappear. Most notable is the 4 to 5 a.m. detox. That would be like the what we used to call the bile dump, but it's probably a bile dump, but it's also nickel. My pulsating ear ringing would wake me up along with a slightly raised, loud heartbeat, or that's palpitations. I am sleeping better mostly through the night unless I have to pee. Am able to tolerate the Ohio heat wave and high humidity this year without it kicking detox into high gear. That's a big win for me. Actually, let me add to this. So Kelsey already said her tinnitus went away. Okay, so now we have 2 people saying that. I can tell you, Kelsey came down and visited me, and we were in Scottsdale a week ago. It was like 111, 112 degrees. And Kelsey's always told me she doesn't like the heat. She doesn't feel good in the heat. The heat messes with her. And if you guys don't know, chronic health issue people have issues with the heat. If you have big issues with the heat, it doesn't mean you're going to ever love it. But if you have chronic issues with heat and heat really destroys you, or the sun really destroys you, this is a common thing with toxicity. Kelsey did so much better in the heat. So much better. So we have 2 people where their heat sensitivity got better and tinnitus went away. Another testimonial for PEA. I started noticing an increase of go energy and mental clarity since starting the PEA. Quarter teaspoon twice a day. That's 400 times 2. That's 800. The days that I forget to take it, I notice a decrease in energy and mental alertness. So that's not withdrawal. That's like the PEA is actually helping. And then when she doesn't have it, it doesn't help. It'd be like eating food helps me feel better. When I don't eat, I don't feel as good. It's the same thing. It doesn't mean it's addictive or dependency or withdrawal or anything like that. PEA testimonial number 3. PEA has helped my body's ability to handle stress, as I just mentioned today. After about 6 weeks after starting a low nickel diet, I started feeling my stress levels increase. It felt like PMS emotions most afternoons, like I wanted to cry, but there was no reason. Remember what I said about Kelsey? Dr. Smith and Kelsey suggested PEA, and the difference it's made is significant for me. I take 2 pills 3 times a day with my meals. She's doing the 600 milligram pills. So 2 pills 3 times a day, that's 3,600. That's a little bit higher than most of the research doses. But if you can't find anything in the research about it being bad for you. So we just went through the initial research on PEA, and now I'm showing you that literally we have multiple testimonials to this helping people a lot. Okay. So now we're going to get into the next part. And like I said, this is going to be a long one. So settle in or watch it later. Okay, here we go. Let me share this tab. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'll fix that. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to hit on the leaky gut stuff real quick. just to show you some of the research. PEA, a naturally occurring lipid, is an orally effective intestinal anti-inflammatory agent. So for those of you with gut problems, pay attention. How do they induce colitis in mice? They put toxins in them. Imagine that. How do they induce diseases in research? They literally administer poisons and toxins. So your digestive problem is a toxicity problem. Colitis was induced in mice by intracolonic administration of dinitrobenzene sulfonic acid. Wow, there's a sulfur in there and a benzene. That's crazy. But sulfur's good for you. Key results. The toxin administration caused inflammatory damage, increased colonic levels of PEA and endocannabinoids. So the body's responding. Again, exogenous PEA, injected or oral, IP, intraperitoneal, they injected it, and or oral, 1 milligram per kilogram, reduced or attenuated inflammation and intestinal permeability, stimulated colonic cell proliferation, and increased colonic TRPV1 and CB1 receptor expression. Conclusions and implications. PEA improves mouse experimental colitis. Okay. So again, like they literally said, so if you ever go and you look up papers and you go, wait, this paper says there's more PEA in the blood of somebody with this condition. Okay, their body is making it to try to fight the inflammation. And as we went over in that in the first paper where they said that skin, they saw increased PEA production in the skin, and then they used PEA on it and it got better still. This said they caused the damage. The body made more PEA, and giving more PEA, whether by injection or orally, reduced the inflammation and intestinal permeability, and it fixed it. Okay. So, oh wow, I will get to the, okay, so let me hold on, let me see the let me get back there, Joe. Actually, I'll read that after this. I'll read that after this when I'll go back to the beginning. Okay, so now let's go. Hey, do you know that in addition to your gut barrier, another place you can get leaky is your blood-brain barrier? Endocannabinoids modulate or control human blood-brain barrier permeability in vitro. Well, they can't do a lot of this study in vivo because they can't stick things in your brain very well and have you live. Or it's probably hard to do with mice too. Anyway, they did this with cell cultures because like they're not going into human brains to do this. Human brain microvascular small blood vessels, endothelial cell, and astrocyte co-cultures modeled the blood-brain barrier. Ischemia, or a lack of oxygen, was modeled by oxygen glucose deprivation. So they starved the brain of glucose and they starved the brain of oxygen. For those of you who say that humans don't need carbs, it's an interesting argument because what happens when you run out of glucose? You die. What's the easiest way to get glucose? To eat some carbs. That's the least energy requiring way to get them. If you decide you're going to just eat protein and avoid carbs, then what you're going to do is you have to eat extra protein to do that. And then when you break down that protein, you can look this up, you're going to make a lot of ammonia. You want to know what's not good for your brain? Ammonia. Okay. So that's how they caused the leaky brain, and permeability of the brain was measured by transepithelial electrical resistance. Endocannabinoids or endocannabinoid-like compounds were assessed for their ability to modulate or regulate baseline permeability or oxygen glucose deprivation-induced hyperpermeability. Application of OEA that I mentioned earlier, oleoyl, OLEOYL, ethanolamide, palmitoyl ethanolamide, that's PEA, both PPAR alpha mediated or verotamine, I don't even know what that is, I don't care, decreased the OGD, the oxygen glucose deprivation induced increase in permeability during reperfusion. Helped protect the brain. They were less leaky. Okay? The endocannabinoids, as in OEA and PEA, may play an important modulatory role in normal blood-brain barrier physiology and also afford protection to the blood-brain barrier during ischemic stroke through a number of target sites. So we already know that flush niacin with strokes. So when people took 1,500 milligrams a day of flush niacin for 6 years, well, 9 years after they stopped taking it, they had a 15% lower risk of stroke and anywhere from 20 to 25% less risk of other heart conditions. So we know that flush niacin helps with stroke. And now we see that it's very likely that PEA and OEA will help with stroke. Prevent damage after it. Okay. Therapeutic potential of PEA in GI gut disorders, okay? PEA is an endocannabinoid-like bioactive lipid mediator belonging to the family of N-acyl ethanolamines most abundantly found in peanuts and egg yolk. I'm not eating those. Wait until you see what was it? I think it's PEA. For the people who think they need choline, PEA is gonna blow that out of the water too. When the GI effects of PEA are discussed, it must be pointed out that it affects intestinal motility, but it also modulates your gut microbiome. This is due to anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, analgesic, antimicrobial, and immunomodulatory features. Additionally, PEA has shown beneficial effects for several GI diseases, particularly irritable bowel syndrome and inflammatory bowel diseases, as various studies have shown. And it is important to emphasize its relative lack of toxicity even at high dosages. Unfortunately, there is not enough, pay attention here, you egg cells. Unfortunately, there is not enough endogenous, as in made within the body, PEA to treat disturbed gut homeostasis, why adding more PEA fixes problems, even though the body's already increased its production of it, even though it is produced in the GI tract in response to inflammatory stimuli. So exogenous intake is mandatory to achieve homeostasis. Intake of PEA could be through animal and or vegetable food, but bearing in mind that a high dosage is needed to achieve a therapeutic effect, it must be compensated through dietary supplements. They're telling you right there. There are still open questions pending to be answered, so further studies investigating PEA's effects and mechanisms of action, especially in humans, are crucial to implementing PEA in everyday clinical practice. Can't I just get it from foods? Take their word for it. I don't need to eat more vitamin A to get more PEA. Do you remember the study I went over where did I have that? No, I need to go over that one. Oh my gosh, I got to find the PEA. Hold on. No, that was I wouldn't have gone over that paper because I hadn't talked about PEA yet. Let me find it real quick. Or is that nickel and retinol? Hold on. Sorry about this. Oh, well, I'm just going to have to find it some other time. Kelsey knows where it is. She just may not be. It's either nickel or PEA. I forget which one it is. I've looked at so many things. It's hard to keep track of it. No, we'll just we'll figure it out for another episode. But anyway, let's go here. Yeah, here we are. Palmitoyl PEA normalizes intestinal motility. That means people start pooping more normally. And I'm going to tell you that if once you do PEA long enough, if you're constipated or you have loose bowels, PEA is likely going to move you more towards the middle, which is where you want to be. But don't be like the lady where I had one lady, she pooped like once every couple of days, and she came into me and she's like, I don't want to do this anymore. She's like, I don't like what's happening with my digestion. And I'm like, what's happening? And she's like, I'm pooping more. So instead of once every couple of days, she was pooping like 2 times, 3 times a day, and she didn't like it. So she quit. And I'm like, in my mind, I was going, I can't fix stupid. You don't want to poop? Fine, don't poop. And she went and started doing all sorts of herbs. And I was just like, okay, enjoy that. So it normalizes intestinal motility in a model of post-inflammatory accelerated transit. After they caused the damage with the poison, what was left over, it fixed. Involvement of CB1 receptors and TRPV1 channels. TRPV1 is something that's definitely affected by flush niacin. Here we investigated the effect of P in a mouse model of functional accelerated transit, which persists after the resolution of chronic inflammation, post-inflammatory irritable bowel syndrome. So let me hit this and then we'll talk about what they did. Experimental approach. Intestinal inflammation was induced by intracolonic administration. So they gave them an enema of oil of mustard. Mice were tested for motility and biochemical and molecular biology changes 4 weeks later. So I want you to understand, they gave them the oil of mustard. They caused the colonic inflammation, the colitis. And then they stopped the oil of mustard and they still had problems. Gosh, what happens with toxins, especially fatty ones? Oh, you mean they accumulate so they don't leave right away. So the problems stick around even after you stop taking the poison until your body can get rid of it all. Okay, so we have oil of mustard induced transient colitis and a functional post-inflammatory. So after the inflammation after the inflammatory agent is gone. So they're saying it caused colitis and functionally it stuck around after they stopped it, increase in upper GI transit. So they were getting more loose bowels. Associated with increased intestinal anandamide, but not 2-arachidonyl glycerol, PEA or OEA levels. So they saw increased intestinal anandamide, but they didn't see increased OEA and PEA, and downregulation of mRNA for TRPV1 channels. They gave them PEA. Exogenous PEA inhibited the oil of mustard-induced increase in transit and tended to increase anandamide levels. Wow, so the body was already making this, and then when they gave PEA, the body turned it into even more anandamide. Okay. Intestinal endocannabinoids and TRPV1 channel was dysregulated in a functional model of accelerated transit. That's the poop's coming out of you too fast. That's loose bowels. Accelerated transit exhibiting aspects of post-inflammatory irritable bowel syndrome. PEA counteracted the accelerated transit. It slowed the bowels so you didn't have diarrhea. The effect being mediated by CB1 receptors, possibly via increased anandamide levels and modulated by TRPV1 channels. If you have constipation, do not see these studies and be like, oh, it's going to make me more constipated. That's not going to happen. We're not taking drugs here that have a specific effect. We're taking something, as they talked about, the word here is modulate. It adjusts. It's giving your body what it needs to reduce the inflammation. Oh, wait until you see the nickel and thyroid stuff I have for you today. Inhibitory effect of palmitoyl PEA on gastrointestinal motility in mice. This is what I'm talking about. Don't get scared if you have constipation. PEA significantly and dose-dependently decreased intestinal transit. They gave them a poison. Mice with chronic intestinal inflammation induced by croton oil. They gave them inflammation that caused them diarrhea, and the PEA slowed down their diarrhea from the poisoning. Oh, wait, PEA levels were significantly decreased in the small intestine of croton oil treated mice. Toxins slow down your production of natural things. In these animals, PEA also inhibited motility. It slowed down the pooping. And this effect was not counteracted by these things they gave them. So they tried to give them more, probably poisons. It is concluded that PEA inhibits intestinal motility with a peripheral mechanism independent from cannabinoid receptor activation. So it's not the cannabinoid receptor that it's messing with. The decreased levels of PEA in croton oil treated might contribute, at least in part, to the exaggerated transit or the diarrhea observed during chronic intestinal inflammation. Now let's connect this to toxic bile paradigm. Bile acid recognition by NAPE-PLD. Well, what is that? Let's go find out. The membrane-associated enzyme, NAPE-PLD, N-acyl phosphatidylethynolamine specific phospholipase D. Say that 5 times fast. It generates, so this generates the endogenous cannabinoid arachidonyl ethanolamide and other lipid signaling amides, including OEA and PEA. So this enzyme makes OEA and PEA in your body. These bioactive molecules play important roles in several physiological pathways, including stress and pain response, appetite, and lifespan. Recently, we reported the crystal structure of human NAPE-PLD and discovered specific binding sites for bile acid, deoxycholic acid. Wait, I just want to make sure. PEA is anti-inflammatory. Deoxycholic acid, DCA, is a secondary bile acid, which I tell you is bad. Okay. DCA triggers the body to make, it's got a receptor. It reacts to, the PEA producer, the NAPE-PLD, responds to deoxycholic acid, DCA, and it makes more OEA and PEA because it's trying to be anti-inflammatory, because toxic bile is not supposed to be in your blood. So if you go and you see disease states that have more PEA or OEA in the blood, and I'm telling you that toxic bile paradigm says that diseases are created by toxic bile and all the nasty stuff that's in it leaking into your bloodstream, your other cells, like cells all over your body, can make OEA and PEA. So they start making it to anti-inflame you. Does it work well enough? No, you obviously got a disease. You got symptoms. It's not working well enough. So then what can you do? You can help your body by taking some PEA and OEA. In this study, we demonstrate that in the presence of this secondary bile acid, the stiffness of the protein measured by elastic neutron scattering increases. And this is the important part. The thing that makes OEA and PEA is about 7 times faster to catalyze the hydrolysis of the more unsaturated substrate N-arachidonyl phosphatidylethynolamine compared with N-palmitoyl phosphatidylethynolamine. It makes more. So when DCA triggers it, it's making more, it's running, this enzyme that makes OEA and PEA is running faster because it's trying to fight the inflammation. What would be even worse for a bile acid to do? Chenodeoxycholic acid, CDCA, and glyco or taurine dihydroxyconjugates can also bind to NAPE-PLD and drive its activation. Wait, everybody out there is telling me that everybody needs more glycine to bind to bile and everybody needs more taurine to bind to bile. Wait until a taurine study we're going to go over. This is wild. We're going to go over the duration paradox from taurine, and it's literally in the research. So these things, so not all glycine bound to bile and taurine bound to bile makes them less toxic. Why would the body have to make more PEA and OEA if they weren't inflammatory? Pay attention to this, though. The only natural monohydroxy bile acid, lithocholic acid, it's a secondary bile acid. The name literally means stone forming. Cholic is bile. Litho is stone. Bile that makes stones. The only natural monohydroxy bile acid, lithocholic acid, shows an affinity of about 20 micromoles and acts instead as a reversible inhibitor. So lithocholic acid literally slows down your production of OEA and PEA, and it is known to be one of the most harmful bile acids for you. The more lithocholic acid you have, the worse you are. I went over this a long time ago. Injecting lithocholic acid into mice literally caused cholestasis. Like that's a way they can cause toxic leaky bile. They just inject lithocholic acid. Gosh, why would it cause cholestasis so fast? It inhibits your body's production of OEA and PEA. This all makes sense. It's funny the people out there who are trying to prove toxic bile paradigm wrong because they keep poking around for crumbs, and yet we keep coming up with more evidence. So have fun with that, guys. I hear bile is bitter. So if you're bitter, you might have too much leaking into your system. Okay, so now what are we going to go over next? Oh, drugs. Let's go over drugs. So before I get into this, I'm going to say that if you're on the Love Your Liver program and you've had trouble giving up vices, and you actually want to give up your vices, I'm going to give you an idea about a protocol that will help you do this when you are ready to quit. It is basically a combination. I'm not going to give doses right now because you've been over the PEA doses. It's a combination of flush niacin and PEA. Whatever doses you decide on, 3 times a day. Probably for, I would suggest, about 3 months. Okay? You'll probably be able, you could possibly quit your vice very quickly on, very, very early on in that, or you could wait a while until you'll literally find that your cravings for it are diminishing, and you may even be, to use a term that the internet uses these days, you may even find that the idea of using that thing gives you the ick. You start to really, you're like, oh, I can't stand it anymore. Like I don't want to do it. We've seen this happen multiple times, okay? So let's go over the research connecting PEA and addictive recreational drugs, conventional drugs, things that are sold in convenience stores. Anything that's sold, I want to give you guys a little aside. I think I went over this before, but anything that's sold in convenience stores, except for maybe the bananas and the apples they have once in a while, is bad for you, okay? I saw in some New York bodegas, convenience stores in New York, right? They're selling peptides. Selling peptides in convenience stores should tell you that peptides are part of their plans for you. I don't care what influencers on the internet are claiming. They're not fixing any root cause. You're just taking a drug to make your body do something that it wasn't doing before. That means you're forcing it to do something that either it didn't want to do or it couldn't do. That's not going to end well. Okay? They're selling them in convenience stores. PEA attenuates or reduces negative emotions induced by morphine withdrawal in mice. Because, right, quitting something, the hardest part is the withdrawal, right? Gosh, PEA reduced the negative emotions induced by withdrawal of an opioid. Depression and anxiety are prominent symptoms of withdrawal syndrome, often caused by the abuse of addictive drugs like morphine. PEA, a biologically active lipid, is utilized as an anti-inflammatory and analgesic medication. Recent studies have highlighted PEA's role in mitigating cognitive decline. Wait for the Alzheimer and Parkinson's studies I'm going to go over. And easing depression resulting from chronic pain. Well, that's because it helps with the depression and it helps with the pain. However, it remains unknown whether PEA can influence negative emotions triggered by morphine withdrawal. This study seeks to explore the impact of PEA on such emotions and investigate the underlying mechanism. Because we don't want sad, heroin addicted mice. We don't, when the mice quit the heroin, we want them to be happy. I'm just kidding. The findings indicate that PEF, if you know somebody who is on opiate drugs, whether recreational use or real use, like I'm thinking right now of my mom's best friend who literally lives on opioids. She's not really interested in what I do, so we don't chat about it because she's just going to she just takes her meds, and I don't know how she's so happy. I mean, part of me knows, but she's in pain all the time. I may talk to her about this. The findings indicate that PEA mitigated or reduced anxiety and depression symptoms and reduced 5-HT, 5-hydroxytryptamine, noradrenaline, and dopamine levels in the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex. We'll come back to that. In summary, PEA demonstrates a significant positive effect on negative emotions associated with morphine withdrawal, accompanied with the reduction levels of monoamine transmitters, MAOs, in key brain regions. These insights could be valuable for managing negative emotions arising from morphine withdrawal. So before those of you who think you know all sorts of stuff about neurotransmitters, and you're like, wait, it's reducing them. And I went over before how nickel literally reduces all those MAOs all over your body. You have to literally look at the symptom improvements as the primary thing. They showed less anxiety. They took them off of morphine. They were in withdrawal, and they had less depression and less anxiety. But then you're going to have the neurotransmitter people going, well, it did this to the neurotransmitters. They're focusing on the wrong thing. Neurotransmitter science, in my opinion, is mostly trash. So if we just look at the mice felt better when they were going through literal opioid withdrawal, they acted better. And I'm telling you that as soon as Kelsey got on her PEA, and as you saw some of those other testimonials, moods immediately improve. What else do you need? Are you going to go and obsess on neurotransmitters? I gave up. I used to do. There was a time I went to the neuroscience training where they were having you pee into a jug, and then they would measure your neurotransmitters, and they would give you really expensive supplements of all these amino acids and other things that supposedly were going to help rebalance your neurotransmitters. It was expensive, and it didn't work worth a crap. So for those of you out there who have maybe tried amino acid therapy for mental, emotional stuff, or you tried the neuroscience, or you tried the other company that does the testing, you can probably go and say in the comments, it didn't work. Or maybe it helped a little for a little while, and then it stopped working, and the supplements were just too dang expensive for not working. That's my impression of it. That was my impression of it in practice and doing it for myself. So PEA attenuates or reduces cocaine-induced behavioral sensitization and conditioned place preference in mice. PEA helps fight against cocaine effects. We're starting with the big boys here. So they're saying, we know PEA is palmitoyl So they were, to this end, the potential ability of repeated PEA administration to modulate or regulate the acquisition or the starting of cocaine-induced behavioral sensitization and conditioned place preference was assessed in male mice. Taken together. Oh, wait. Results showed that repeated administration of both doses of PEA, so that must mean the higher dose and the smaller dose, were able to block the acquisition or the starting of cocaine-induced behavioral sensitization. Furthermore, acute administration, so like a single dose or a short-term dose of both doses of PEA, was able to abolish or make disappear the expression of behavioral sensitization, while the highest dose also abolished the expression of cocaine-induced conditioned place preference. Taken together, these results indicate that exogenous administration of PEA attenuated or reduced psychomotor sensitization, while the effect of PEA and cocaine-induced conditioned place preference depended upon whether PEA was administered repeatedly or acutely. Oh, let me tell you something. You may notice effects from PEA right away. You'll probably notice something very quickly. And I'm going to tell you, this is a lipid-based based molecule, it does accumulate in you. So your results can increase over time as you take it. If you're one of the people who does really well with it, which is most people, you're going to likely notice just things just keep getting better with time. So yes, you may notice stuff right away. And if you're 2 weeks in, you're like, well, it helped me feel a little happier, but I'm not really noticing anything. Keep going. You'll just start. This is literally what I've been having happen to me and Kelsey. I just keep going with it. And I'm just kind of like, I just keep feeling better steadily. So, and I don't have this paper today, but Kelsey showed me a paper where PEA was still, people who took it for pain, something like 4 months after they stopped taking it, the people who got the PEA still had lower pain levels than the people who didn't get it. It wasn't huge. Like they're not still taking it. Like, let's say it was the pain was at a 7 out of 10 for the people who didn't take it and they didn't get any better. And the people who had it or who took it, I think they got down to like maybe a 4 out of 10, which for something natural, that's like good for you is amazing. So if anybody here wants to ask me, what do you take for pain, doctor? Get on the PEA daily, multiple times a day. But what they saw was that like after the 4 months or something, the people who took the PEA were still at a 5 out of 10. So they hadn't come back up to the 7. So there is a residual effect. It accumulates. Fat-soluble toxins accumulate, but we can also accumulate this helpful lipid. Okay. Okay, let's go to this one. PEA. This is a hypothesis paper. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Kelsey. I will get to that. Thank you. Thanks, babe. You're so helpful. This is a hypothesis paper. Okay, medical hypotheses. So this was not an actual research study. I will get to the vitamin A one that Kelsey left soon. PEA, from endogenous cannabidiol substance to innovative medicine for the treatment of cannabis dependence. PEA is a fatty acid amide showing some pharmacodynamic similarities with delta-9 THC. So they're saying some pharmacodynamic similarities with delta-9 THC, the principal psychoactive compound present in the cannabis plant. Like delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, PEA can produce a direct... I'm not answering the door right now. Can produce a direct or indirect activation of cannabinoid receptors. Furthermore, it acts as an antagonist at TRPV1 receptor. The hypothesis is that PEA has anti-craving effects in cannabis-dependent patients, is efficacious in the treatment of withdrawal symptoms, produces a reduction of cannabis consumption, and is effective in the prevention of cannabis-induced neurotoxicity and neuropsychiatric disorders. So you can use one cannabinoid, endocannabinoid, to help you get off the bad cannabinoids, all while feeling better and happier. Okay, now we're going to get into Dr. Artis's least favorite part. We're going to help people get off nicotine and tobacco while making them healthier. Targeting the interaction between fatty acid ethanolamides and nicotinic receptors, therapeutic perspectives. Nicotine is one of the drugs of abuse that frequently causes addiction and relapse during abstinence. Nicotine's strong addicting properties reside in its ability to enhance dopamine transmission and to induce specific changes in synaptic plasticity. Currently, approved therapies for smoking cessation increases the chances of remaining abstinent, but lack high levels of efficacy and are associated with significant adverse side effects. As a result, there's an urgent need for more effective anti-smoking medications. Drugs that increase levels of endogenous endocannabinoid-like. They keep saying that. Fatty acid ethanolamides that act as PPAR alpha agonists. That's what these are drugs that supposedly could help nicotine addiction. Indeed, a picture is emerging where these fatty acid ethanolamides are endogenous regulators of acetylcholine transmission. Notably, the implications of this specific crosstalk extend beyond nicotine addiction and might bear relevance for psychiatric disorders and epilepsy. So they're basically saying that, PEA can help with nicotine addiction. Let's go see if there's anything else there. Endogenous fatty acid ethanolamides suppress nicotine-induced activation of mesolimbic dopamine neurons through nuclear receptors. Why do we often go and get addicted to drugs? Because they give us that dopamine boost. Why are people addicted to social media? Because it gives them the dopamine boost. And if you haven't read, what is it, Dopamine Nation? You should read that one. Dopamine Nation is really, really good. What happens is the dopamine, there's like the pleasure and the pain. Think of it as a seesaw, like a seesaw going back and forth. And so you do something that gives you pleasure and your pain goes down like a seesaw, right? A teeter-totter. But then what happens for the body to rebalance itself, the body then has to do this for a while, and then you have more pain for a while and less pleasure. And then you can keep doing the pleasure thing, and then the pain comes back. And then this is most people's lives these days. They're totally addicted to those little dopamine hits. And what happens when you keep pushing the pleasure button is the pain button stays longer and gets stronger. This is why bad habits tend to only get worse, including social media. Definitely drugs. We discovered that pharmacological inhibition of fatty acid amide hydrolase, the enzyme that breaks down or catabolizes fatty acid ethanolamides, among which the endocannabinoid anandamide is the best known, suppressed nicotine-induced excitation of dopamine cells. We'll go over that in a second. Importantly, this effect was mimicked by the administration of the FAAH substrates, OEA and PEA, but not methanandamide, the hydrolysis-resistant analog of AEA. OEA and PEA are naturally occurring lipid signaling molecules structurally related to AEA, but devoid of affinity for cannabinoid receptors. You paying attention? OEA and PEA are devoid of affinity or wanting to bind to cannabinoid receptors. They blocked the effects of nicotine by activation of the peroxisome proliferator activated receptor alpha. That's the PPR alpha we talked about before, a nuclear receptor transcription factor involved in several aspects of lipid metabolism and energy balance. These data indicate for the first time that the anorexic lipids, they're saying that it tends to reduce feeding in obese mice. OEA and PEA possess neuromodulatory properties as endogenous ligands, things made by your body that bind to PPAR alpha in the brain and provide a potential new target for the treatment of nicotine addiction. They suppressed nicotine-induced excitation of dopamine cells. This means you don't get as much pleasure from smoking. Why do people keep smoking? Because they keep getting pleasure from it. Even as it decreases over time, they still want that hit. So if you suppress the dopamine problem, and smoking brings in more nickel, and you're helping with the nickel toxicity symptoms, which is probably why people keep smoking, is that's the weird thing, right? Why do people get addicted to chocolate, a high nicotine or a high nickel food? Why do people get addicted to cigarettes, a high nickel food, or a high nickel drug? Alcohol, we went over, has a lot of nickel in it. You seen a pattern? So you may or may not be addicted to the actual drug as much as you might be addicted to the nickel. It's just a theory. So nicotine, cocaine, morphine, weed. Save you a lot of money. Okay, this was the paper I was talking about. Joe, I need to remember to add this paper to the references. The effect of PEA on degeneration of a human-derived retinal pigment epithelial cell induced by all-trans retinal. Do you see how they're trying to confuse you here? All-trans retinal and retinal. So they made the word the same. because they think you need retinaldehyde to run your eye, is what they say. Okay. What did PEA do? So wait, I just want to make sure we're reading this right. All trans retinaldehyde, which turns into all trans retinoic acid, which is literally tretinoin. All trans retinol induced the degeneration of the eye cells, of the retinal cells, the thing they named it after. Okay, what happened then? In the animal models, PEA was injected intraperitoneally. So they just injected them with it. So that's all you really need to know. The full field electroretinogram was used to detect visual function under scotopic conditions traced from mice. They're looking at it. Optical coherence tomography showed reconstitution or thickening of the retinal pigment epithelium layer. That's a good thing. Effect of PEA on fundus injury induced by light in these mice was observed by fundus photography. What did it do? Well, let's hit this one first. PEA ameliorated these cells' apoptosis, the programmed cell death. So it made them die by self-programming, programmed cell death less. It inhibited reactive oxygen species, which is something that nickel makes. So does vitamin A, including mitochondrial retinol ROS. For you mitochondria nerds, this is important. Production induced by atral. So that's all trans retinaldehyde. Okay. They say that vitamin A is an antioxidant. Why is then this antioxidant causing reactive oxygen species, which are things that need antioxidants? Antioxidant theory is trash. Nickel inhibits your body's natural production of glutathione and other antioxidants that your liver makes in the proper amounts when it's healthy to protect you. Don't take vitamin antioxidants. Just drop the whole antioxidant idea from your mind. If it's something that is not an essential nutrient, and remember, our list of essential nutrients is way smaller than everybody else's. If it's not an essential nutrient that they may say is an antioxidant, so they'll say selenium's an antioxidant, zinc's an antioxidant. Just ignore that. If it's not something that is an essential nutrient and they say it's high antioxidant, avoid it. PEA improved the retinal function. I believe they meant to say function because they're probably not native English speakers. Prohibited both retinal pigment epithelium and photoreceptors from death. PEA improved the retina function and protected the eye cells from death. Stop telling me that you need vitamin A so much in your eye, please. It ameliorates and lessens light-induced fundus impairment in these mice. PEA has an effect on treating retinal pigment epithelial cells apoptosis and retinopathy. That's disease of the retina caused by retinaldehyde accumulation. Wait, accumulation. So we're accumulating an aldehyde. PEA is a potential strategy for dry AMD. That's macular degeneration, and STGD1. I don't know what that is, but those of you who have it, you probably know what it is. Okay. So vitamin A damage in the eye, PEA prevents it. Okay. Moving on to Are we on that already? Yeah. We're on to the brain stuff. Okay. I thought I highlighted this. I did. Let me refresh this. And it should. Oh, I just didn't highlight the title. There we go. Okay. PEA counteracts enteric, that's gut inflammation, and bowel motor dysfunctions in a mouse model of Alzheimer's disease. I know a lot of you out there probably have family members with Alzheimer's or dementia, and you'd really like to avoid it because it's a horrible, horrible condition. What does PEA do for it? PEA, an endogenous lipid mediator, is emerging as a promising pharmacological agent in multiple neurodegenerative disorders for its anti-inflammatory and neuroprotective properties. Remember, these other toxins that we talk about, they damage the blood-brain barrier and they damage the gut. So they're causing leaks everywhere. The different neurodegenerative disorders are just combinations of various toxins, various deficiencies, combined with various genetics. Okay? So if toxic bile paradigm and all the stuff we're talking about is legit, all these things are connected to the same thing, which is leaky bile. And if PEA helps that, it could help multiple neurodegenerative conditions. These results suggest that PEA, under a condition of cognitive decline, prevents the enteric glial hyperactivation. So that's the hyperactivation of the immune system, reduces Alzheimer's disease protein accumulation. That's important. And counteracts the onset and progression of colonic inflammatory condition. Wow, fixing the brain and the gut. Imagine that. As well as relieves intestinal motor dysfunctions, as in they're pooping more properly, and improves the intestinal epithelial barrier integrity, as in it's fixing leaky gut. Therefore, PEA represents a viable approach for the management of the enteric, the gut inflammation, and motor contractile abnormalities associated with Alzheimer's disease. Okay, so there's Alzheimer's. What about Parkinson's? Ultramicronized PEA, an efficacious, as in it works, adjuvant additional therapy for Parkinson's disease. Let me make this a little bigger. Background: Parkinson's disease is the subject of intense efforts to develop strategies that slow down or stop disease progression and disability. Substantial evidence points to a prominent role for neuroinflammation. They could say toxicity, but they never will, in the underlying dopaminergic cell death. How could you make dopaminergic, the dopamine creating cells, die sooner? Work them too hard. Like, oh, I don't know, take drugs, or have too many toxins, or have social media addiction, or anything where you're just stimulating your dopamine just to get those little happy moments that you trade for a lot of pain later. Ultramicronized palmitoyl PEA is well known for its ability to promote the resolution of neuroinflammation and exert neuroprotection. This study was designed to assess the efficacy of ultramicronized PEA as adjuvant therapy in patients with advanced Parkinson's disease. There's not much that they can do for advanced Parkinson's disease in conventional medicine. I'm working on, I'm getting my mom to start PEA. I'm very excited about it. For each item, the average score difference between baseline and end of PEA treatment showed a significant reduction in most non-motor and motor symptoms. The number of patients with symptoms at the baseline was reduced after 1 year of PEA treatment. So again, the effects build over time. None of the participants reported side effects attributable to the addition of PEA. Conclusion: PEA slowed down disease progression and disability in Parkinson's disease patients, suggesting that PEA may be an efficacious adjuvant therapy for Parkinson's disease. If you guys have loved ones with Parkinson's, did your neurologist ever tell you about PEA? Probably not. Oh, no more super chats, you guys. This is going to go long enough. Here we go. Now, this is another one where I'm talking about where they add luteolin or they add other antioxidants to PEA. You don't need that. What you need to do is do our diet and stop using up all your body's own antioxidants, trying to fight the toxins that you were previously eating. You don't need to add antioxidants to your system. PEA and luteolin as adjuvant additional therapy to improve an unusual case of camptocormia in a patient with Parkinson's disease. A case report. Well, let's go over camptocormia. Let me get a picture of it. Okay, so here I'll just show this tab. Camptocormia is the forward bending at the hips. There's also the thoracic, like, the hunchback. Okay. There's the bending forward at the hips. I'm sure you guys have seen, I've seen it in like, sadly, I've seen it in like homeless people on the side of the road where they walk and they're like they're fully bent over like this old lady or like this guy. That has to be rough to be out of a house and have that issue. Anyway, camptocormia, that's what it is. Here, camptocormia, Parkinson's disease. Trying to help my mom to not have this. So here's what I saw with this. Let me get back to it. Okay. So we know what camptocormia is now. Yes, my mom has this. She has Parkinson's-like syndrome. She hasn't responded to much, and she's scared of going on the low nickel diet because she watched my buddy and I go through all the crap with it. So she doesn't want to jump in deep, and I appreciate that. So camptocormia is a complication in which the spine bends forward while walking or standing. This axial postural deformity is common in Parkinson's disease, with prevalence ranging from 3 to 18%, is generally associated with a more severe disease and longer duration of symptoms. Camptocormia in PD typically responds poorly to levodopa, the main drug, levodopa, carbidopa. That's the main drug for Parkinson's, which helps people with Parkinson's a little bit, but then it makes them worse over time because why? It's a dopamine supplement. What does dopamine eventually turn into in your body? Dopaldehyde. So you're literally giving these people who can't detox well more of something that turns into an aldehyde that they can't clear. The dopaldehyde causes more damage in their brain over time, and they get worse, and you have to give them more levodopa and carbidopa, and then they get a little improvement, and then they get worse, and they just keep getting worse and worse, okay? Other treatment options are limited and often not effective. My mother tried levodopa, carbidopa. She did not respond well to it. So I saw this paper, and I was like, this is even more interesting. We observed that the addition of PEA with luteolin to acute treatment with carbidopa, levodopa resulted in improved dyskinesia, so less tremors and less movement issues, and reduced camptocormia, reduce of the bent overness. The patient continued treatment for 4 months. Pay attention here, resulting in a complete resolution of leg and trunk dyskinesia and a marked reduction in the onset of camptocormia during the off states. Why is your neurologist not talking about this? Because it doesn't make them any money. They would actually lose patients. Now you know why. Okay. Oh yes, let's do this one for the egg cells and the choline junkies. Micronized PEA ameliorates or reduces, pay attention, methionine and choline deficient diet-induced non-alcoholic fatty liver steatohepatitis via inhibiting inflammation and restoring autophagy. How does PEA fix a choline deficiency? That's weird. Hey, did you know your body can make choline? What about this theory that if you're too toxic, you can stop making good things in your body? Oh, like PEA, like essential fatty acids, like EPA and DHA, which your brain does need. And maybe you stop making as much choline, and then people think that you have to shove eggs down your cake hole all day long to get choline when you don't have to, when you can actually fix the root cause, which is the toxicity in your fats. Well, let's go read. Here we found that PEA treatment significantly improved liver function, alleviated liver pathological changes, and attenuated or reduced the lipid accumulation and hepatic fibrosis in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis mice induced by, what's the MCD? Methionine and choline deficient feeding. So they didn't give the mice, probably the toxic mice, because they feed them, the mouse chow that's trash anyway. But PEA improved liver function. It reduced the actual literal pathological changes that they could see in the liver. It reduced fatty liver. It reduced hepatic fibrosis. You know what the disease they call when you got too much hepatic fibrosis? They call it cirrhosis. And these are mice with fatty liver with inflammation induced by a methionine and choline deficient diet feeding. So if they needed choline, remember, they gave them PEA. PEA is not choline. They gave them PEA. PEA is not methionine. It's not a protein. It's not an amino acid. They gave them PEA and it fixed the damage of the supposedly deficient diet. Taken together, our research suggested that PEA protects against NASH through the inhibition of inflammation and restoration of autophagy. Thus, PEA may represent an efficient therapeutic agent to treat NASH. So I want you to pay attention to this one. They're fixing fatty liver with PEA. Wait until we keep going, okay? So, do I worry about choline? No, I never have. Some people might have felt better from it. Okay, they weren't making enough. How could they fix that? PEA might be their answer. And they just said in the other article that there wasn't enough in foods to really undo the damage. So if they want to insist on foods, they can, I guess, if you wanted to go the ineffective route. So this was an interesting paper because I know some of you are having trouble with, I talked about how you can do some dairy on a low nickel and low vitamin A diet. You could do some. Like we're trying to limit it to less than 100 IUs, 1,000. Okay, let me get this straight. 1,000 IUs total of vitamin A from dairy a day. If you're going to do dairy to get the 500 milligrams of calcium I'd like to see you get, you can do it with less than 1,000. You can absolutely do it with less than 1,000 units of vitamin A a day from using dairy. I've been talking a lot. My throat's getting a little dry. Okay. Now, one way to get a decent amount of calcium is figs. Organic figs. So I found this paper and I just thought I'd share it. So for those of you who are not going to do dairy, and maybe you've looked up on Nickel Navigator or wherever that figs aren't on the okay list. Well, you're going to need to find some calcium. And you can't avoid nickel entirely. But what happens when they give fig extract in rats that are given nickel-induced liver toxicity? Wait, nickel induces liver toxicity? Wow. Interesting. Many heavy metals and metalloids can contaminate the environment and cause severe health problems. See, people talk about lead and cadmium. They don't talk about nickel until now. Through this study investigated the possible corrective effects of Ficus corica extract, that's fig extract, against nickel-induced stress response and damage on the liver of rats. Male Wistar rats were divided into 4 groups and co-treated with the fig extract and exposure to nickel chloride for 4 weeks. What did nickel do to their livers? Nickel induced damage to various macromolecules. Malondialdehyde, bad. Protein carbonyls, bad. Alanine aminotransferase, that is a liver enzyme that literally makes glutamate to help you. And gamma glutamyl transferase, that's GGT. So this one is ALT. This one is GGT. Those are both liver enzymes. So all of these were significantly increased in the nickel exposed group compared to the control group. And co-treatment with fig extract reduced the levels of these parameters. In conclusion, current findings showed that a nickel-induced oxidative damage and the administration of fig extract can improve, correct, and restore the alteration in rat liver. Would I rely on figs? No. I think it takes about 6 figs to get 200 milligrams of calcium, or about 200 milligrams of calcium. But I want to be sure these are bad things that went up, and you don't want your liver enzymes to go up either, right? We don't want high liver enzymes. What do your liver enzymes make? I'm going to repeat this. Your liver enzymes, GGT, AST, ALT, they make glutamate. when your liver is under stress. When your liver's under stress, it makes glutamate. We've had lots of people improve lots of health conditions by using MSG, which is glutamate bound to a sodium that as soon as it goes into your body, in the fluids of your body, it splits apart into sodium, which you eat every day as salt, and glutamate, which your liver is desperately trying to make. Wait, what are we going over today? This other compound called PEA, that when your body's under stress, it makes more of, but it can't get enough from making it itself, and it can't even get enough from food. So adding more helps. Wait, I think I found a similar story. The liver enzymes, when the liver's under stress, make glutamate. Do you think that your liver's making glutamate to try to ruin your brain or ruin your nerves or ruin your body? No, it's making glutamate to save your life. So, why don't we have some more glutamate? Why is the liver struggling so hard to make it? Why don't we take some stress off the liver by eating some glutamate via the greatest amino acid supplement ever made that is going to make your food taste better? MSG. You should go watch the MSG episode if you haven't seen it before. You've been lied to about it. I want you to remember this. Pay attention to this. US has more liver disease than anybody in the world. The US eats less MSG and is low, close to low on glutamate overall. The US eats the least MSG in the world. Let me do another little connection for you. The 4 biggest sources of glutamate in the standard American diet: wheat, cheese, tomatoes, beef. What do Americans want for fast food? Meat, cheese, tomatoes, beef. Think of all the fast foods that are basically just different combinations of that. Why do people want those so bad? Because they don't have enough glutamate. Why does the US have the highest rate of liver disease? Because they don't have enough glutamate. What goes up in liver disease? Your liver enzymes. What do your liver enzymes make? Glutamate. Why don't you just eat some? The purpose of a system is what it does. Here in America, you're told to not eat MSG. All of Asia is eating MSG all the time. Shouldn't they have the highest rate of liver disease? Oh, wait, let me remember. Autism. We also have the highest rates of autism too, which is a toxicity problem. And again, we have all these like health nut moms who think they know more than they do, railing against glutamate, and they're trying to take every little piece of glutamate out of their children's diets, and they don't get better. Some people are out there obsessing over lead, and their kids have health problems, and their kids aren't getting better, even though they got all the lead that they could out of their world. There's more to this than just one toxic metal and one deficiency. But your body needs glutamate. You know, you should go back and watch the MSG episode to see how much glutamate the human mother puts into her breast milk for her baby's proper development. If you're on the glutamate hate train, I'm sorry. And if you react badly to MSG, you're really toxic. That's not a put down. You are, because what are we seeing as people do the low nickel diet and as they do PEA and things of this nature? They're able to take MSG again, and then the MSG helps them feel even better. Okay? We see people who don't tolerate supplements, that what the supplements are doing is it's increasing the rate of detox, but they're not getting rid of the toxins fast enough. So they're like pulling them out of storage, but they're not getting rid of them fast enough. So they're kind of marinating in it. Okay. As they get less toxic over time, as they simply avoid the toxins, their detox system runs better. And then they're able to take these things that help detox them faster and protect them from toxins. It's a positive cycle. Okay. Oh, now we're getting into the thyroid stuff. Let's go. Hey, petards, pay attention. You guys ruin thyroids. We fix them. Nickel as a potential disruptor of thyroid function. Benchmark modeling of human data. Yeah, I wanted to add some more nickel data today. Potential disruptor of thyroid function. The aim of this study was to analyze the potential of nickel to disrupt thyroid function by exploring the relationship between blood nickel concentration and serum hormone levels. They did the whole panel, TSH, T4, T3, free T4, and free T3, as well as the parameters of thyroid homeostasis. These tests by using correlation analysis and benchmark concept. The existence of a dose-response relationship was established between nickel and all the measured parameters of thyroid functions in the entire population and in both sexes. They're saying that the higher the nickel in the, where they measured the blood, the higher the nickel in the blood, the lower, well, worse, the worse all the thyroid numbers were. Because, right, TSH would go up. We don't want that. And all the thyroid hormones would go down. Due to the relationship established between nickel and the spina GT parameter, it can be concluded that nickel has an influence on the secretory function of the thyroid gland in men. Although the further research is required, the findings suggest possible role of nickel in thyroid function disturbances. So they mentioned men there, but they said the entire population and both sexes. If you have thyroid problems, you have a nickel problem. The more nickel you have, the worse your thyroid. We're getting more people off. We get people off of thyroid hormone, both by having them do the low vitamin A diet and now especially combined with the low nickel diet. And here we have research showing that nickel ruins the thyroid. Hey, wait, is there more? But wait, there's more. Low dose occupational exposure to nickel and thyroid hormones. So, it does affect thyroid function. Now, I've told you before about vitamin A. That vitamin A causes, in the different studies, vitamin A caused thyroid hormone to go wonky all different ways. Some of them they'd have lower hormones. Some of them they'd have higher hormones. Some of them they'd have lower TSH. Some of them they'd have higher TSH. Some would like all go down. Some would all go up. It's crazy what vitamin A does to your thyroid. Crazy that we get people off of it and their thyroid function comes back. Then nickel inhibits vitamin A detoxification. So nickel would drive vitamin A toxicity accumulation. Both of those things reduce thyroid function. If we fix those, the thyroid comes back. So what they're saying, statistical analysis shows a significant and positive correlation between urinary nickel and L-thyroxine, both in total sample and in males. So for whatever reason, nickel affects males more. Now, these workers were exposed to nickel. Do you think it's making them healthier? You do realize that if somebody says, well, that means their L-thyroxine went up. You do know what hyperthyroidism is, right? It's an autoimmune condition which is driven by toxicity. This study suggests that occupational exposure to a low dose of nickel may affect thyroid function in municipal police workers. They're just working outside. These are cops. They're not working in a factory. You know what they're doing? They're standing around car exhaust all the time. You know, when you go to like an accident, right? And all the firefighters leave their trucks running, all the cops leave their cars running, and then there's just cars everywhere. I can't tell you how many. I had a guy come to me back in the day before I knew all of this. He was a firefighter, and he said, I want to fix my low testosterone. How do I do that? And I'm like, you're a firefighter? And I said, yeah. I said, do they run the engine in the station all the time? And he's like, yeah, whenever they're washing it or whatever, they always got it running. And I was like, and you're out at these car accidents all the time. And I think I found 3 papers showing that they were just talking about car exhaust lowering testosterone in men. I mean, he wasn't going to quit his job, and I don't know if he could get I told him, I said, maybe you could go work at a different station or talk to the people so you can turn off the fire engine that's poisoning everybody by being in an enclosed area and pumping out exhaust. The stupidity of that, I cannot even imagine. And if somebody's going to say it's so they can leave really quickly, give me a break. You start the engine. Like, the driver gets in and starts the engine. Why are we poisoning our frontline responders just so they can have like a 5-second jump? Anyway, so we have this now. Now, what happens when they inject nickel to body temperature? I believe I went over this before. Hypothermia and deranged circadian rhythm of core body temperature in nickel chloride treated rats. Hey, what's one of the big symptoms associated with hypothyroidism? It's low body temperature, right? After injection of nickel chloride, the core body temperature diminished to a nadir, that's a low point, at 1.5 hours and returned to baseline at 4 hours. Core body temperature at 1.5 hours post-dose averaged 3 degrees Celsius below the simultaneous value in control rats. I'm not going to read all this because I went over it before. So if injecting 1 dose of nickel decreased their body temperature by 3 degrees Celsius for, I forget how long it was. Oh, yeah. This study shows that in addition to causing prompt hypothermia that lasts 4 hours, injection of nickel chloride deranges the circadian rhythm of thermoregulation during 3 days after recovery from hypothermia, causing a 4.5-hour delay of the temperature acrophase, the circadian rhythm of the body's temperature. So imagine, folks, ladies especially, if you're constantly nickel toxic. Oh, Joe says he lost me. I'm back. So I was saying, imagine ladies, especially ladies who have hypothyroidism, because you guys tend to have more nickel toxicity than men, but also men, because those other studies were showing males. If you are nickel toxic all the time. Oh, Joe wanted me to back up a little bit. Let me see. I'm going to back up because Joe says I got cut off. What I was saying was they injected them once with nickel chloride, these rats. After injection of nickel chloride, they did 250 micromoles per kilogram. That's way lower than the other studies. The core body temperature diminished to a low point at 1.5 hours after it and returned to baseline at 4 hours. Core body temperature at 1.5 hours post-dose averaged 3 degrees Celsius below the value at the same time of control rats. Okay? So then I went over, I don't know if you guys saw this part, but I'll do it again. This study shows that in addition to causing prompt hypothermia, very quickly induced hypothermia that lasts 4 hours, injection of nickel chloride deranges or messes up the circadian rhythm of thermoregulation, body temperature regulation, during 3 days after recovery from hypothermia, causing a 4.5-hour delay of the temperature acrophase, or the circadian rhythm of temperature. Thus, the transient short-term bout of hypothermia evidently sets back the biological clock of thermoregulation. So imagine if you're nickel toxic all the time. What do you think your body temperature would do? Is drinking Mexican Coke or eating ice cream going to fix that nickel toxicity issue? No, actually, the funny thing is Coke increases nickel absorption way more than any other drink. This is in a research paper. Kelsey will have to show me that one again. Coca-Cola, which contains phosphoric acid, and acids increase leaching of nickel. What if phosphoric acid specifically, because the other drinks, the orange juice, the milk, the other stuff, none of that increased nickel absorption. Only Coke. I'm telling you, Ray Pete's approach is like a psyop, and it's meant to make people sick, and that's why only young people do it. And they eventually ruin themselves like Matt Stone did, like I did, and then they're sick, and then they're trying to figure it out because they thought Ray Pete was some genius. He's not. They're all cold, They're all taking thyroid hormone. What they do over time, just like to stop the thyroid madness people, they take more thyroid over time. The Peters start taking thyroid hormone. Everybody's out there like, you're not on enough thyroid hormone. You got to take more. They're not going after the cause at all. We are. Okay, let's move on. We're going to do some niacin studies. We're going to do some flush niacin studies. So, Kelsey's favorite nutrient. Thank you for bringing this to us, Kelsey. Kelsey brought us flush niacin as well. I'm going to go over this paper, and it is absolutely mind-boggling. Okay, really, you should be angry after you hear this. 2019. Have you heard about flush niacin? Now, when I say flush niacin, I mean flush niacin. I mean nicotinic acid. We sell it. For those of you who are in the Love Your Liver program, keep an eye on the VIP store because there's going to be a special niacin product there, buffered niacin, just for you guys, just in the VIP store. So if you're not in the Love Your Liver program, you're not going to have access to this. Anyway, I do not mean niacinamide or nicotinamide, which is what Ray Peat pushes. That's weird. I do not mean nicotinamide mononucleotide or NMN. I do not mean nicotinamide riboside or NR. None of those things help make NAD as much as flush niacin does, and as inexpensively as niacin does. Now, what if there? I want you to understand how angry you should be. What if there was a study that showed that the pharmaceutical flush niacin, niaspan, reduced fatty liver by 47% in 6 months. And yet no one's talking about it. A pharmaceutical version of flush niacin. You don't want to use this. Don't use it. It's the extended release, the sustained release, the waxes and the other crap in there that they put in there to make it slow release just so you won't flush. We have research papers, I've been over them before, are the additives they put in there. When you read about flush niacin causing problems, it's always the stuff with the additives, with the binders, the sustained release, the extended release. They actually said in a paper, the extended release waxes and other stuff is what causes the problem with niacin for the liver. Okay? So do not ever, don't take inositol hexaniacinate, or hexanicotinate, don't take slow release, don't take non-flush. You want crystalline, immediate release flush niacin, which is exactly what we sell in our we have flush niacin available in our regular shop. We have the flush niacin 25 milligrams. And for those of you who want the 500 milligram pills back, they're in process. We are on top of our supplement manufacturer to get those back as soon as possible. And then there's going to be, hopefully within the next couple days, we're going to have the product. Well, it's Niasoda. It's going to be in the VIP store. If you're a regular Joe out there at the regular shop, it's not going to be available there. We made the only buffered niacin on the market, and you can get it in the VIP store. So we made a 100 milligram version and a 250 milligram version. So if you're jonesing for your niacin and we don't have the 500s for you, that's where you can get this, and they're going to be at really, really good prices inside the store. So niacin for treatment of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, NAFLD. Novel use for an old drug. Again, remember, 2019, 7 years ago. An uncontrolled clinical trial in 39 hypertriglyceridemic patients. They have high triglycerides and fatty liver. Patients with steatosis, that's fatty liver, showed reduction of liver fat by 47% and reductions in liver enzymes, ALT, AST, GGT, the ones that make glutamate, and C-reactive protein, a marker of inflammation, from the baseline when treated with niacin extended release for 6 months. Now, let me tell you the dose. What dose did they give them, Dr. Smith? They worked up to 2 grams a day. Okay? 2 grams a day. I believe with Niaspan, if I remember correctly, there's a There's a 500 milligram version. There's a 1,000 milligram version. There might be a 750 milligram version to get people to the 1,500 so they can do 2 of those. Don't use slow release, extended release, sustained release niacin. It's not good. It's not good for your liver. But still, even though that's what they used here, 47% reduction in liver fat. What other, like the people out there who bash flush niacin and think it causes liver problems, well, they're just not, let's put it this way, they're not bright enough to understand the difference. And some of them are just bitter from all their toxic bile. So I'm sorry for you folks. You can always come back. We'll still be here helping people. So, niacin, flush niacin only. Remember the word niacin, nicotinic, Ni, acid, AC, vitamin, IN. Nicotinic acid vitamin is niacin. Flush niacin is niacin. It is the only thing that is real niacin. Oh, and another thing, by the way, a paper came out and said that when people say NMN and NR are NAD boosters, just so you know, in a study against flush niacin, they didn't boost NAD at all within the first 70 hours. Flush niacin boosted NAD by 170%. NMN and NR only improved niacin at like 8 hours post, and it wasn't by very much. And the author specifically described how the way NMN and NR are increasing NAD is by turning into nicotinic acid. They're literally turning into flush niacin, and that's how they increase NAD. So why not take the cheaper flush niacin that makes more NAD faster? You should go watch our flush niacin episodes. Now let's go to this one. Okay. Now, you remember the fish oil fad and the EPA and the DHA fad, and everybody's like, you got to take fish oil. It's good for your brain and da-da-da. And you're literally eating PUFAs that are probably already oxidized and full of vitamin A and full of toxic metals. And then the fish oil fad kind of faded away, right? People were like, I don't want to take rancid oil. I don't want to take extra PUFAs that can oxidize in our system. So your body literally makes EPA and DHA. It makes them. You need them in your brain. It's most of what your brain is made of. Okay? So you need them, but do we have to put them in our cake hole? Or did people start thinking that we were deficient in EPA and DHA because of toxicities that decreased our body's ability to make them? Are you following me? Consider this for a moment. We just went over choline. Now we're going to go over EPA and DHA, okay? 2014. Prolonged, as in long-term, niacin treatment leads to increased adipose tissue PUFA synthesis and anti-inflammatory lipid and oxylipid plasma profile. So it's going to make an anti-inflammatory lipid profile for you without having to take any rancid fish oil. Acute niacin treatment inhibits non-esterified fatty acid release from adipocytes. This is where they're trying to say, oh, this is a bad thing, and stimulates prostaglandin release from skin Langerhans cells. But remember, the word but negates everything you said before it. Whenever you say the word but, it says everything I said before this doesn't matter anymore. But the acute effects, the things that people try to say are bad about niacin, diminish upon prolonged treatment, while the beneficial effects remain. So, if you're worried about short-term studies on flush niacin, you're going, this doesn't look good. What the authors, who have probably done a lot more research on flush niacin than you or I have, are saying is that the supposed negative effects of it at the start fade away as you take it longer, and the beneficial effects stick around. That sounds like something we're after. We don't like the things that do good short-term and ruin people long-term. I don't mind that flush niacin in the studies looks a little not so great short-term, and it does amazing things long-term. Okay? Also, adipocytes from niacin-treated mice. So the fat cells from mice that got niacin secreted more of the PUFA DHA ex vivo. This resulted in an increased DHA to arachidonic acid ratio in the adipocyte fatty acid secretion profile and in the plasma of niacin-treated mice. This is DHA your body made because it wanted to. What's your brain mostly made of? DHA. Interestingly, the DHA metabolite, 19,20-dihydroxydocosapentanoic acid, was increased in the plasma of niacin-treated mice. Both an increased DHA to arachidonic acid ratio and increased 19,20-di-HDPA are indicative for an anti-inflammatory profile and may indirectly contribute to the atheroprotective lipid and lipoprotein profile associated with prolonged niacin treatment. I have said since the early days of the low vitamin A diet and vitamin A toxicity that I think the problem with the essential fatty acids deficiency in the body was that something was getting in the way of it. What does niacin do? It makes the NAD that literally runs, it's the gasoline for your detox enzymes. So do we know exactly what the toxin is? No. What we know is that niacin runs, Kelsey's got research on niacin helping with at least 400 different detox pathways in the body. Which one is it? I don't know. Do I need to know? No. I find the results like this. Okay. So again, if you take niacin for a short time, you're not going to get the benefits that you get from taking it for a long time. And remember the PEA, so PEA got rid of fatty liver. Niacin got rid of fatty liver. As PEA helps with addictive things, Kelsey's got tons of testimonials of flush niacin helping people to get off caffeine, off alcohol. Like Bill W. of Alcoholics Anonymous spent the last 11 years of his life championing flush niacin for alcoholics. Do you think he had some experience with that? And the Alcoholics Anonymous board said, no, we can't do this. You're not a doctor. We can't be recommending flush niacin to our people who want to get off alcohol. We can't do that. He wanted it. The creator of Alcoholics Anonymous wanted flush niacin as the 13th step. So what are we talking about right now? Flush niacin and PEA 3 times a day to both defat your liver and help you get off your vices. And if you're stuck on chocolate, I would do it too. Oh, wait, let's go over this. This is a kind of a fun one. This one, I was thinking about this because of, what's his name? Brian Johnson on Twitter, who was talking about, he's doing like stupidly hot saunas now, like 200 degrees, and saying that you need to go this hot to do this. I'm like, you can boil your brain. Now he's got an autoimmune condition. So not only is he vegan and eating all the high antioxidant foods and taking like 100 pills a day, and he looks like a vampire because he avoids the sun. Oh, and he takes microdosed retinoic acid. And now he's got an autoimmune condition in his gut. And he's going and thinking that saunas are going to fix it. And he's icing his testicles. Now, okay, so let me say this. The warmer your testicles are, gentlemen, the hotter your testicles get, generally it's gonna lower your testosterone a bit, and it's gonna affect your sperm count. It's gonna decrease your sperm count. Now, these are all temporary effects of the heat. So if you stop getting your testes too hot over time, everything returns to normal. Okay, this is why, like, when you're trying to get your lady pregnant, you don't wear briefs because briefs keep them up closer to you so they stay hotter instead of hanging and able to cool off. Okay. So if you do saunas a lot, or you do hot tubs a lot, or that stuff, and you're not doing any of the stuff we're about to talk about, it's going to literally negatively affect your testosterone, and it's going to decrease your sperm count temporarily until that effect has left. Okay. Or until your body can catch up again. So there's people going, and if you're already doing this, you didn't have a better option yet. but they're literally taking an ice pack into the sauna and they are icing their testicles while they're in the sauna to prevent the temperature drop or the temperature rise in them. Okay. What does niacin do to heat stress? Well, a lot of you out there who are sick, like niacin does the flush, right? Where you feel really hot. And that can be a little uncomfortable. But what do you think about, let's say you live in Tucson like I do, or you live in Phoenix or some other place where it's hot and humid or just hot, like here. Those of you with chronic health conditions, you don't deal with the heat well. Would you rather deal with a niacin flush once a day that you decide when you feel warm? Or would you rather stay toxic and continue to feel bad in the heat and not be able to tolerate it? Alleviation effects of niacin supplementation on beef cattle subjected to heat stress, a metagenomic insight. The objective of this study was to investigate the alleviation effects of niacin supplementation. They mean, when they say niacin in the research, they mean flush niacin. There's tons of research on flush niacin, and everybody starts going, oh, we'll just do niacinamide so we don't flush. Don't. It doesn't work that way. On beef cattle subjected to heat stress, and provide a theoretical basis for exploring the alleviation methods of heat stress environmental factors on the rumen of beef cattle. So they know heat stress is a problem with cattle. Results showed that adding niacin reduced the body temperature and respiratory rate, but had no significant effect on the production performances compared with heat stress beef cattle. Heat stress treatment significantly increased body temperature and respiratory rate. So heat stress raised body temperature, raised respiratory rate. Niacin reduced the body temperature and respiratory rate more towards normal. You understand? They were all under heat stress. Okay. So what about in the testicles? What does flush niacin do for the testicles under heat stress? Can you believe we have a paper? 2025. No one on Twitter is talking about this one. Oral niacin mitigates or reduces heat-induced reproductive impairments in male mice. Heat stress is a major environmental factor that impairs male fertility by disrupting hormonal regulation, increasing oxidative stress, and inducing germ cell apoptosis. They literally mean your testicular cells are dying. Niacin, vitamin B3, has antioxidant and thermoregulatory properties. Remember when I told you to just ignore the antioxidant when we're talking about actual essential nutrients? That may counteract these effects. This study investigated whether oral niacin could protect against chronic heat stress-induced reproductive damage in adult male mice. What did heat stress do? Heat stress reduced body weight gain, testes and accessory gland weights. They had smaller testicles. Sperm count and motility. That's not going to get you pregnant. Acrosome and DNA integrity. That's not good. Testosterone and thyroid hormones. And increased lipid peroxidation and pro-apoptotic gene expression. Flush niacin supplementation dose-dependently mitigated or alleviated or reduced these effects. Total sperm count increased from 9.8 to 10 that's 9.8 times 10 to the fifth, plus or minus 1.85 to 3.66. Wait. Yeah, times 10 to the sixth. So that's where it looks weird. 9.8 times 10 to the fifth to 3.66 times 10 to the sixth. That's a whole nother digit. Okay. So the sperm count increased by, what is that? Probably about a factor of 5, because it went from 9.8 with 5, I think it's got 4 zeros after here, to 3.66 with 10 to the sixth. Total motility from 49 to 81.7. Testosterone from 0.89 to 4.44. That's 5 times increased. And BCL2 expression increased 2.7 fold. Pay attention here, guys. If you're having trouble getting your lady knocked up, fertility improved with pregnancy risk. I want you to understand that they mean the risk of the female rats getting pregnant. With pregnancy risk rising from 50% to 100%, what's that term we use here about what we do for people? We make them dangerously fertile. If you know anybody who's having trouble getting pregnant, you should send them our way. We actually do this research based. The litter size, if you want to have more kids, the litter size went from 3.7 to 7.2. And blastocyst formation from 37.8 to 68.0. Niacin also normalized stress-related gene expression. Preserved testicular histology. They couldn't see the changes in the testicles anymore. And did not affect liver enzyme activities. For you flush niacin haters, it didn't make their liver worse. Get over that. Highlighting its potential as a dietary supplement to protect against heat-induced male reproductive dysfunction. What doesn't flush niacin do? It doesn't not work. So let's go back to the beginning. Okay, Joe, I believe that's it. I'm going to go, let me just look here. Oh, we have more testimonials now before I get to the super chats. Let me get to these testimonials. So first, if you haven't heard of our zinc niacin salve that Kelsey came up with, you should. Now I'm going to tell you one of the reasons this works for those of you who get it and you're like, this is not super smooth lotion. I want it to be like a super smooth lotion. It's not a lotion. It's a salve. There is zinc niacinate in this. Zinc niacinate at the concentration that we use it at. You can get a little grittiness from it. Okay. It rubs in. You need to warm it up. And I'm going to say this. If you're out there and you're hypothyroid, ladies, like, you know, let's say, especially ladies, you know, you have cold hands and cold skin and you're having trouble rubbing this in because this is made of natural fats and some beeswax. So if your skin temperature has trouble warming this up, and we've literally had ladies who have this, you might need to warm it up some other way. Go outside in the heat. Rub it in your palms, like hold it in your palms, like hold it like this, warm it up. Or you can just take some of the zinc niacin salve out of the jar and put it on a little plate and put it in the warm setting on your toaster oven for like a minute, maybe. Just warm it up and then rub it in. Yes, there's a little bit of grittiness, but that's the active ingredient. Okay? So if you want the activity and you want it to work like these people are about to say it does, you deal with the nature of us trying to put this much zinc nicotinate or zinc niacinate, flush niacin bound to zinc, in the stuff. Okay? So 2 testimonials. These were both on the same YouTube video. So thank you for these. These are public. I can attest that Kelsey's zinc niacin cream, bought a while ago off her Etsy account. So Kelsey used to have her Etsy where she sold this before we got together and we started making stuff together, made my seborrheic keratoses become lighter and worn down, almost invisible. Okay. So are you worried about a little grittiness, or would you like your seborrheic keratoses to almost completely go away? Soil Food Web Warrior added, yeah, the zinc niacin cream helps my fungal feet issues. Had some athlete's foot and it fixed it in one application. One application. I remember as a teenager, I had to use my Conazole, the Mycotin, multiple times, many times, to get rid of my athlete's foot that I got from the showers at the University of Arizona when I was at the basketball camp there. I decided to I was like, I don't know why guys are wearing their flip-flops or their sliders in the shower. I don't believe in that or whatever. And then I got athlete's foot. So, I mean, it's literally a fungus. Fungus does grow in wet, hot, damp areas. So if you have the right conditions on your skin, things can take up residence there. And I probably also had nickel toxicity from my braces at the time. Okay. Now we have another testimonial. This is a big one. So settle in. It's really good though. So I want to thank, I'm guessing he's here. If you're the gentleman who sent us this long testimonial, or I posted in the Love Your Liver program. If you want to say so in the live chat, you can. I'm not going to say your name. Okay, here we go. I've been a member of Love Your Liver for almost 2 years. I'm currently in self-study, watching all the live streams, reading the coursework, and doing my own research. Thanks to Dr. G, I'd consider myself a fall freshman of Love Your Liver University. I'm currently in the baby steps. I'm working on getting the junk out of my mouth. So that's fillings, stuff like anything metal in your mouth. Anything metal in your mouth. This has been a long process. Took 8 months just to get an appointment and another few months to get going as I was seeking the advice of 2 different dentists. That's smart, though. Getting second opinions in dentistry is a really good idea. Finally chose the one who I thought was best suited. I look forward to a consultation and adding to my testimonial with test results. For now, I work the program, eating low nickel and low vitamin A, supplementing Pectaclear, zinc, flush niacin, apple pectin, potassium malate, charcoal, and magnesium lotion. That's a good list. Low vitamin A was huge for me feeling better, but low nickel has been a major breakthrough. Low vitamin A was good and great for some people. If you've had issues and you haven't gotten very far with low vitamin A, I guarantee you're nickel toxic, as we're seeing evidence here and from the dog testimonial an episode or 2 back. I will give background in my symptoms. Sorry for the long post, but I think it is important to show how these daily poisonings can impact so many of us in so many ways. Oh, Kelsey commented to me the other day. She said that when she found me, she was like, nobody gets the testimonials like you do. And I don't watch other people on YouTube, so I don't know. But I was like, you're probably right. We get these testimonials. I mean, I'm not making these up. Like I'd sit here and write 3 pages of a testimonial. If anybody ever accuses me of making these up, I mean, first of all, you're probably a bad person. And secondly, you have now become a liar. I am close to 8 years from the biggest health scare of my life when I thought I was being healthy. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with CIDP, chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy. Oh, well, get some PEA in there. You're probably going to get better a lot faster. I was suffering from a terrible sinus infection that was giving me the worst migraine of my life and terrible diarrhea. I now discovered that I had a dental implant touching and infecting one of my sinuses. Can you guess what it was made out of? I'm going to guess stainless steel. Or at least there's nickel in it. I took an antibiotic, then I went to lay down for a nap. I woke up to take a drink of water, and the water fell out of my mouth. My face went numb, and I lost control of my face. It was paralyzed. I only had control over closing my eyes shut, but still could not seal them completely. This sounds horrible. I had numbness in my fingertips and toes. I was referred to a neurologist at a very large hospital in the Midwest. Unsure of my diagnosis between GBS and CIDP. That's Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is typically a post-pokey situation. They set me out on a treatment plan and had high hopes of a fast recovery. Never gave me a straight answer why they thought this or how this happened to me, other than a virus must have been, hiding in your nerves, and your immune system attacked your nerves because of it. LOL. Actually, I mean, it should probably get an LMFAO, because it's so outlandishly bad an excuse for diseases. Okay. If you still believe in the little V's, you got a lot to learn. There's no little V's. Okay. My health took a turn when I was forced to get the tetanus pokey when I was 17, or else they would have kicked me out of high school. I was doing my part. I battled swine flu that year. Coincidence, right? Developed weird skin rashes and warts. I believe this shot impacted a few cranial nerves. I was lethargic most of that year and my freshman year of college. Back to it. I was admitted and given a strong dose of IVIG, intravenous immunoglobulin. That's expensive stuff. I had to make them stop the treatment partway through because it felt like someone was punching through my back, out through my sternum. Pretty much the whole area where my liver is. Now, not knowing what I know now, this was clearly a liver injury I was suffering. My liver could not handle this and was dumping into my body. After that passed, they continued with the treatment. I showed no improvements. When I left the hospital a few days later, any noise made would drive me to the edge. I battled insane migraines the next few weeks and no improvements. There was a time when I wished death because it was so painful. There was no miraculous healing. In fact, my health declined even worse over the few months, except my face was showing very, very minor improvements. But I was losing the ability to walk. That's not a good trade-off. My feet were almost completely paralyzed. My calf muscles shrank and became loose like an old person. I ended up needing braces to help me walk. My hands became so weak I couldn't open the door handle. 4 months later, another round of IV immunoglobulin. This time I broke out in hives. They had to dose me with Benadryl. I was 27 years old at the time. I am a male former college athlete, taking care of my body, or so I thought. This, I'm going to emphasize this for you guys out there. You can ruin your health just as easy. And I'm not saying that this person shouldn't have done this. I'm just using it as an example because I was an athlete. I wasn't a college level athlete, but I mean, I was the head personal trainer at the U of A for a couple of years. I was something. I've done powerlifting. I've done Olympic lifting. I did some Highland Games. I've done several triathlons. Like I was an athlete. I train like an athlete now. And some of you athletic guys out there, you're sitting there, you're like, I don't understand why all these weak people are getting sick. Why don't you just not be sick? And then they fall apart at some point. We've seen it so many times because they think they're invincible and they do these things, these duration paradox things that ruin their health. And then they wonder why all of a sudden they are broken. But I used to be so tough and so strong and so healthy, and I was eating nose to tail carnivore. Let me tell you something. There's no long-term, like 10-year plus nose to tail carnivores because they all get poisoned and they all figure out that they have to go to all muscle meat if they're going to stay carnivore, which doesn't detox you anyway. But there's no long-term. You just go and try to find him. Who is it? Chu. I'm not remembering her first name. The paleo lady or the carnivore lady on YouTube. I did a podcast with her. I'm not remembering her full name. I feel like it's a J. I mean the letter J. Let me see. Why is my YouTube chat's not working anymore? It froze up. Anyway, Judy Cho. She first brought the idea that nose to tail carnivores do not last. There's no like 15, 20-year nose to tail carnivores who really do it nose to tail all the time because they get poisoned. And Bart, the other carnivore guy out there, had me on because he thought people got vitamin A toxicity from eating liver, and he knew that nose to tail carnivores didn't last either. So there's that. Anyway, back to it. The second round of the IVIG seemed to stop the progression, but did not improve anything. So my doctor decided to put me on a steroid pulse for the next 4 months. I gained up to 40 pounds, 180 to 220 in 2 months. Knowing what I know now, this was my body taking all the things poisoning me and putting it into my fat storage cells. Correct. Any of my bad progressions had stopped and I slowly began to improve. I ditched the leg braces and slowly started to make myself walk again. I would fall sometimes and could not stand up unless I had help. I had serious balance issues. So we saw that he's gaining tons of weight. He's on a corticosteroid, and eventually that was 4 months. Or that was 4 months of the prednisone or the steroid, and then he stopped it. Now, so if he stopped putting the poison in his body, then his body can start to detox, and he could start seeing some improvements. So he ditched the leg braces, started working on walking again. He would fall sometimes and could not stand up unless he had help. I had serious balance issues. Yes. The next few years, I slowly began to walk better and regain strength in my hands. They were both still weak prior to LYL. Do you remember I've been over grip strength with nickel toxicity? My joints were always aching, my knee and right hip in particular. PEA, man. I truly believe I was battling nickel. I do too. I had a strong dislike for modern medicine as I saw firsthand how the system worked. I always thought food was the answer to fixing so many problems. Pay attention here, health nutters. Prior to getting sick, my diet consisted of chicken, pork, no. Brussels sprouts, no. Sweet potatoes, no. Eggs, no. Peppers, no. Kale, double no. Lots of tomatoes, no. I live in a part of Illinois where everybody grows and / cans tomatoes for whatever reason, and all the other BS veggies. But that's a healthy diet. What are you talking about? We know better. This is how we get people better. Maybe we were all taught the wrong thing. I also had what I would consider now an unhealthy relationship with alcohol that started when I was 17. I thought I could outwork it. PEA. Anyway, and niacin. But folks, alcohol, I'll put it this way. Just do the flush niacin and the PEA 3 times a day. Give it 3 months. You'll probably find that you're able to give up all of your vices in that time very easily with the most minor withdrawals you can imagine. I always knew my body didn't agree with these, but I ate them because I thought they were good for me. They were not. So he had an inkling. He had an instinctual hunch that they were not good for him, even though everybody else said they were healthy. Carnivore people. There's a guy out there, just so you know, there's a guy out there trying to blatantly steal my concepts. And he literally thinks that muscle meat carnivore is the answer to everybody's toxicity. So I look at his theory that he stole from me, and then I look at his treatment of it, and I chuckle because it's not going to work. Makes me think he's a controlled op, honestly. What do infiltrators and controlled ops like to do? They like to come into a movement. They try to take over the movement. And their goal is then to do stupid things with the good movement that pull people away from the main movement and distract from the main movement. This is why I'm not going to talk about these people in terms of name. I'm not going to name them. I'm not going to give them fame. If you find them, you'll know who they are. And they're often doing the wrong things. The glucose fad was one of those. Okay. This all muscle meat carnivore fad. Somebody on Instagram the other day tried to say I'm like a carnivore, like what I'm having people do is almost the carnivore diet. And I literally laughed. But why would people want to mischaracterize me? Mischaracterize the work that I do. Because then they confuse people. Their goal is confusion. Okay. As I looked to heal over the next few years, I fell into the carnivore diet. It worked really well for me until I got bored and started adding eggs, 6 to 8 per day, dairy, etc. Well, that's the carnivore. You're still on the carnivore diet. I was able to get some of that steroid weight off. And now we're going down. I started fasting 110 plus hours a week. I fell into the trap of it hurts when I eat, so I just won't eat. Toxic bile paradigm 101. I'm going to do a reel on this soon. Let me explain to you both the confusion that's out there and how lost everybody is in nutrition in this toxic time we're in today, which was the purpose of a system is what it does. Everybody's confused and everybody's eating silly diets that don't make any sense. And we've been put into this toxic world, nutrient deficient world. And I'm sitting here trying to just help people figure a way out. So people didn't know what to eat. So there was keto, there was low carb, there was paleo, there was 80-10-10, which is like a super low fat diet. There's veganism. There was intermittent fasting. There was 1 meal a day. There was all of these things, right? People went back and forth. They went from, carnivore to vegan and back again and no carbs and high carbs and all this stuff. And they couldn't figure it out. Nothing made sense to them. So then what comes about when they can't figure out what food is good and what food isn't? What are you left with? Fasting. Fasting would be the ultimate confusion diet. You don't know what to eat, or like this gentleman, it hurts when you eat, So you don't eat because you can't find anything that doesn't hurt. It's bile in his stomach that was causing him all this pain, and probably nickel as part of that toxic bile. Okay, so let me do another example of what's going on today. So remember, they like to confuse the right a lot, because the right is generally their right is more interested in their health. And the right can be more easily swayed by phony traditional ideas. Okay, I'm more on the conservative side, so don't think I'm saying like I'm not going woke and going broke kind of thing here. I'm just saying I'm on the side that they want to poison. So what do they push? Ivermectin. What do they push? Fenben. What do? They get all, oh, you got to get on your spike protein protocols and go smoke nicotine vapes and then they get into the dietary stuff with the carnivore and all this stuff, and then they're left with intermittent fasting and fasting. But so now that group also doesn't like pharma. Okay? That group they don't like the jabs. They don't like pharma. They don't want to take it. So now let me tell you about a movement. I did a video about Magnesium Girl. Let me tell you about the other movement that is coming up to confuse you. The controlled opposition, the PSYOP, is that all supplements are bad. All supplements are bad. If they can find anything bad about a supplement, they're going to say that supplement's bad. Anything bad anywhere ever. Okay? You can find that about anything. Okay? You can find bad stuff about walking. So, could you find bad stuff about the sun? Yes. We're smarter than that. So then you have this group that is now in the situation of all pharma's bad. And then they also believe that all supplements are bad. Where does that leave them when they can't fix their health? One of the remedies that I read from Magnesium Girl was rest and spring water. That's what you're left with when you're sick. I just want to make sure if you decide to go into that realm, you've got nothing. I mean, is all pharma bad? Do I even say that? No. If I am hit by a bus, do I think rest in spring water is going to keep me alive? No. Okay. If I need to get some epi and some atropine to restart my heart, give it to me. Then as soon as I'm awake and as soon as I'm able to speak, get me out of that hospital so I can go and eat good food and get sun and move my body and not be in the stupid hospital anymore. Okay, that's what the Europeans have a saying that hospitals are where you go to die. So if I go to the hospital because I was dying and then I'm not dying and I'm alive, get me out of the hospital. Okay. Are all supplements bad? Well, if you believe that all supplements are bad, I mean, okay, you're probably watching the wrong video then. I tell people 99.9% of the supplements out there are bad. However, we understand this thing called nuance and that there are exceptions to every rule. And we find the supplements that actually work in the ways that we want for what we want them for. And we also tell people, if you don't feel good on it, don't take it. So don't fall for the all supplements are bad thing from a bunch of people who, if you saw them in real life, you probably wouldn't think they were healthy. And if you want to, go and find the people, if they're not anonymous, and compare their pictures from 6 years ago to their pictures now, and compare my pictures from 6 years ago to my pictures now. I would be happy to put that up against people. I don't care about how pretty I am now. I care about, do I look better then or better now than I did then? Am I healthier now than I was then? Yes. So is this gentleman. This is what we do. Okay. He came across Dr. Smith on X, and I'm forever grateful for that post where he was calling someone out for methylene blue. Something I was probably dangerously close to buying and trying. Methylene blue, I have a whole video on it. I have a huge Twitter thread on it. It's actually probably my most popular Twitter thread. Methylene blue was the very first pharmaceutical drug, the very first one. And people are like, no, it's good for you. Speeds up your mitochondria. Probably because they're trying to detox it. It's a dye. It's literally called a carcinogenic pollutant when it gets into water supplies. Why don't they just call it like healthy Kool-Aid if it's actually good for you? It's not. At the time, I was starting to have vitamin A toxicity symptoms and liver pain. I thought it was a gallbladder. I was red. Look at your health influencer. Are they overall red in color or are they splotchy red? I have seen so many influencers who are splotchy red nowadays in their face, like rosacea. It's happening all over the place. And then you can look at Liver King, and then you can look at Saladino. He's getting red. Like all these health influencers are getting red because their livers are screaming in pain. I was red. I was all in on JRE Health because I thought that was true alternative health. I got played. I was taking an insane amount of supplements, vitamin D, quercetin, calcium, liver pills, etc. I was stiffer than a board. Looking back on photos of me, I always wondered why I was so red. I would even get a sunburn sitting in the shade. I was always tired. Those of you who go back and watch my old videos, go back and look like the 6 years ago. Go back and look at how pale I was. Like it was a joke about how pale I was. I was not an albino by any means, but I was pale. Okay. And now you can see me now. I was the kid who burned. Like I was the kid who went to the water park and I would wear a t-shirt because I didn't like wearing sunscreen, but I'd wear the t-shirt so I didn't get completely fried. Anybody who's like, this is the other stupid thing that's out there in the health world. Let me blow this apart. Remember when we were kids and we weren't wearing sunglasses? And if you're one of the types like me and you were out in the sun and you still got sunburned, even though you weren't wearing sunglasses, what am I talking about for those of you who don't understand? There are literally, I'm just going to say it, idiots out there who say, it's your sunglasses that are making you get sunburned. At the water park, as a child, I would wear a t-shirt because I had gotten burned so many times at the water park. Do you wear sunglasses when you're going down water slides or when you're in the wave pool? Not as a 6-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old. Nobody's wearing sunglasses at that age, unless nowadays they probably got like Karen moms who are making their little kids wear sunglasses. But back in my day, like 40 years ago, none of the kids were wearing sunglasses and they were getting burned as heck. So this is another one of these like psyops where they're trying to tell you that it's because you wear sunglasses is why you get sunburned. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Most people who get sunburned have very sensitive eyes to the sun. It's called photosensitivity because they're both caused by toxicity. And so you have people who wear sunglasses a lot who also burn easily. Correlation does not mean causation in this situation. Okay? So that's another dumb thing that's out there in the health world that I'm going to call BS on. Okay. My health was in such a poor place. I do not know where I would be without this work. I still have not fully smiled in 8 years. I have made improvements in that, but the other overall improvements I have made on the LYL program, I cannot say enough about. Thanks to this program, I am able to run around the yard with my kids, pain-free. That means more to me than Dr. Garrett Smith will ever know, and it is why I'm so grateful for his work. He has changed my life. We get people back to work. We get people playing and running around with their kids again. I wonder where I'd be today. My 15-year-old son comes to the gym with me, and he's really into it, and he gets to watch me working hard in the gym. So he has a good role model and I get to be fit and like, you know, my daughter jokingly said I was like the Chad dad one day. I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, okay. Compared to all the other dance dads, because you guys have seen dance dads. They're usually not too fit. And the dance moms these days, I always expected when I started going to my daughter's dance things, I was like, oh, dance moms, like they'll be in shape, right? Sadly, no. I thank Dr. G for not making me feel like I am crazy. You are welcome. For those of you who don't know here, he tells me, thank you for not making him feel crazy. I had another gentleman, the longest running client that I have, told me when I said to him he was trying to fix his GERD. What do we know causes GERD now? Nickel, vitamin A. This gentleman took Retin-A when he was a kid. At some point, I was working with him. This is years down the line, like 6 or 7 years. I think I started working with him in 2010. I still have his whole file. I told him, I said, I don't know what else to do about your heartburn. Like he could eat 3 foods. I said, I don't know what to do. I'll keep looking for things. If you want to keep working with me, that's great. But I'm also telling you, like, I'm out of tools. So if you want to go work with somebody else, I'm not going to be mad. I want you to get relief. I always want people to get relief. If you go and let's say you're here and you're doing the diet and you go and work with, let's say, Beth Martens on mental emotional stuff, or you go and work on other mental emotional stuff or whatever. And let's say you go and work on mental emotional stuff and all of your symptoms go away because maybe they were all up here. That's amazing. I'm happy for you. I want that for you. I do what I do. I'm good at what I do. Other people, and as an example, Beth Martens, who has her free group inside the Love Your Liver program each week of the Deprogramming Your Health, which we've gotten, she sent me great testimonials and reviews from. Actually, you know what? This week, why don't we do that? If you guys are in the Love Your Liver program, Beth, if you have testimonials, send them to me. You know how to get a hold of me. If you guys have a testimonial that you want to post about Beth's group and how it has helped you, please get it to Beth somehow. Okay. You can post it in the Love Your Liver program, but definitely tag Beth. Oh, and also tag Ashley C, Ashley C, I think it is, in there so she can find it because she helps grab the testimonials for me each week. But it's a free group inside the Love Your Liver program. Beth and I have no financial arrangement. She's doing it to help people in there because we've helped her so much. And I've heard great things about it. So you're not crazy. If your doctor implies that you're crazy, or like ladies, they're like, well, if a woman's complaining about her health, right, it's either hormones, thyroid, or estrogen. Those are your problem. Or you need birth control or estrogen, an anti-anxiety med, antidepressant, hormones. You just need to be medicated because you're just a crazy woman. And I'm saying that tongue in cheek. And this is why he's saying I helped him feel not crazy. Ladies, you know, I'm not here to call you crazy, or what's the term? What am I, histrionic or anything like that? The old term for histrionic came from the word uterus. So you're not crazy. We're here to help you. And could we all benefit from working on our mental emotional state? Yes. You work on your mental emotional state, and if that's connected to your health issues, you get immediate relief and it sticks. Okay. List of improvements: gait, as in his walk, hand strength, improved facial expressions, faster reflexes, skin color, no more tonsil stones. What are those made of? Calcium. No, not stiff, no liver pain, normal temperature regulation, nickel, weird neck hump corrected. PEA could help with that too. Tinnitus gone. A third one today. We fixed tinnitus. GERD symptoms. We know about that. Waking up in the middle of the night, peeing stronger, poop regular. I have never in my life been regular. Histamine issues cleared up. Seasonal allergies gone. Cold hands and feet gone. Right shoulder pain and dullness gone. Food intolerance is gone. Sleep apnea gone. Past parasites. My list goes on. So again, folks, while I'm here with parasites, parasites feed on toxicity. Taking toxic medications to try to kill parasites. It may kill the parasites, but if you're killing something, you're also poisoning yourself. And did you get rid of the toxicity that the parasites were feeding on? No, that's why you tend to get parasites again. If you're ever exposed to that one again, or other parasites, they're right back there because the food was always there. We take the food away from the parasites and they die and they fall out and you see them in your poop and you didn't have to take anything to kill them. So I know what I missed. I missed a couple of papers that I was going to go over. Let me fix that because I just remembered the taurine one, the duration paradox, when I was thinking about that. Let me copy and paste this, and I will start a new window. And got like 8 windows today. No, we're only at like three something hours. Okay, let me, so we're looking here. Let me get down here. Figs and nickel flush, nice. Oh yeah, this was an interesting thing. So let me open up these. And we'll put this here, and we will put this here. Okay, so you know how, oh wait, let's go this one. Okay, you know how I say that chronic disease is some combination of toxicities and deficiencies. Okay, so somebody in the inner circle posted a question about, do I know what do I believe the cause of lipedema is? Lipedema is like, imagine the women that you see who are, they're generally carrying more weight than they should, but you know how they carry, especially with women, they can carry a ton of it in their lower body. You know what I mean? When you see these women who have like a very abnormal, excessive fat accumulation in their lower body, their upper body might look almost normal, but they carry a ton of body fat down in their lower body. There's no blame here. It's just, this is a description of a disease or a disease condition. So they were asking me if I knew what caused it. And I was going through in the inner circle, I was going through the research, and they keep saying in it, we don't know what causes it. Nobody really knows what causes it. And I thought, let me keep searching around. And we just happened to find there's nothing leaning towards any cause except for the one that I found. Rare adipose disorders masquerading as obesity. Okay. Where is it? Oh, I didn't. Hold on. There it is. Selenium. Gosh. You mean like selenium and keystone minerals? Interesting. Sodium selenite. Don't ever use that. Don't ever use it. If there's ever a selenium form that could cause toxicity, if you find sodium selenate or sodium selenite, never use them. What do we use? We use selenium glycinate or selenomethionine. We use a chelated one that's bound to an amino acid. We don't want the inorganic sodium selenite or selenate. But anyway, did it work? Did it help? Has proven effective for reduction of secondary lymphedema. The U.S. National Research Council has defined the individual maximum safe dietary intake for selenium as 600 micrograms daily, and the no adverse effect level is 800 micrograms daily. Wait, there was lipedema in here too, or was this just? Hold on. Okay, no, I meant to do the other one first. I meant to do this paper first. Selenium deficiency. I understand that lymphedema and lipedema are different things. Selenium deficiency in lymphedema and lipedema. A retrospective cross-sectional study from a specialized clinic. So the one I just went over seconds the lymphedema cause from selenium deficiency. Selenium deficiency proved common in patients with lymphedema, lipedema, and lipolymphedema. So that's a mixture of both, affecting 47.5% of the study population. Selenium levels were significantly lower in patients with obesity-related lymphedema compared to patients with cancer-related lymphedema. Obesity was a risk factor for selenium deficiency in lymphedema, but not in lipedema. Conclusions: in countries with low selenium supply, selenium deficiency is common, especially in lymphedema patients. Therefore, it would be sensible to check the selenium status in lymphedema patients, especially those with obesity, as the infection risk of lymphedema is already increased. So that's the closest thing you're going to find in all the research to a literal nutrient cause or contributor to lipedema. Am I telling you that if you have lipedema that taking selenium is going to fix all of it? No. But what is selenium necessary for? Well, selenium's protective against nickel. Selenium's protective. It helps run your detox enzymes. Selenium is necessary for your thyroid to function right. Didn't we just see nickel and thyroid problems today? You want selenium. It's too bad that there was an author out there who wrote an article trying to discourage selenium use when they obviously knew jack squat about selenium or any other supplements. So it's sad that people do this, but people don't understand how to stay in their lane. So let's go over the duration paradox. Evidence in the literature of duration paradox. So Kelsey found this paper, Taurine, Caffeine, and Energy Drinks, reviewing the risks to the adolescent brain. So this is not the exact, this study summarized other studies really well. So I'm not going to go through very much of this paper. But a lot of people out there think taurine is like how you fix cholestasis. You just more taurine, more glycine, more of all this stuff. No. Do we need some taurine? Yes. The problem with the original vitamin A deficiency diets that they gave animals, one of the things about it was there was absolutely zero taurine in it. Taurine protects you against vitamin A. Do you want to have a lot of it? Is more better? No. I'm going to show you why. And I'm also going to talk to you about why taurine can turn on you, which is so let's go over these terms. The duration paradox. The duration paradox is a concept that I came up with to explain why certain supplements taken short term could look really good and cause problems long term. Another example here is why supplements taken in megadoses can cause totally opposite reactions to supplements taken in small or moderate doses. So there have been people who have been following my work who consider themselves maxers, fiber maxers. They were always supplement maxing. They were always doing everything to the nth extent. They're not around anymore because they all screwed themselves up with these stupid mega dosing of supplements. And there's the calcium mega dosers. They're going to be 6 feet under soon enough from heart attacks and all that stuff. Jeez. Don't supplement max. That's not the goal. Okay. You're not mega dosing. You're trying to give the body what it needs so it can run properly. You're not trying to put nitrous in the engine. You put nitrous in the engine too many times, it burns out. That's supplement maxing. Okay. So the duration paradox, there's the short term is different than the long term. There's the mega dosing is different than the normal dosing. And then there is cell studies often show the opposite of full human or full animal studies. But mainly we're going to go over here. We're going to go over the short-term high dose versus the long-term lower dosing. Now, let me tell you, I always tell people this about taurine. So I want you to see how my advice, when it's followed, helps people avoid the problems that I tell them exist. And then I go and I find this problem in the literature and I'm correct. Pay close attention. Neuwirth et al. In 2013 compared the effects of an acute short-term taurine injection. So they gave a lot. They compared that with chronic taurine supplementation. 0.05% in drinking water from P28, I don't know what that means, pregnancy 28th day maybe, to 6 months of age. Anyway, I don't know what the P means. In a test of auditory cued fear. So they would scare the mice. Was it mice? Does it say? Mice. So they were going to scare the mice with a loud sound, I'm guessing. Right? Like when you're like, boo, and you scare somebody, right? So they're going to do something like that. Auditory cued fear and context conditioning. So I think they basically kind of like they could train the dogs with the bell. They were training these mice to be scared based on the context. They were training them to know that when there was a contextual scenario, they'd get scared. Okay. That's my guess on what that is. All mice were male with 4 per group, which is relatively small for behavioral experience. So they're admitting it's not the greatest design study. Pay attention. Animals treated with acute taurine showed reduced fear. High dose injection of taurine short-term showed reduced fear, while chronically treated mice showed increased fear compared with controls. The authors also reported increased pain sensitivity in the chronically dosed animals, which is consistent with the findings of Serrano et al. In aged male mice. So there's another study that showed the same thing. Chronically dosing taurine caused increased pain sensitivity. Long term. Short term, high dose, acute injection, less fear. Long term, chronically dosed taurine, more fear, more pain sensitivity. And there's another study that backs that up. I tell people, if you feel better on taurine in the beginning, okay, go ahead and take it. And then I always add, if you're taking taurine, just know that at some point it's going to turn on you and it's going to make some things worse. That's exactly what this is saying. This little paragraph is proving the duration paradox for taurine, and it's proving that my advice about taurine is completely sane and founded in physiological responses. So, as what's the guy's name? Hannibal in the A-Team said, I love it when a plan comes together. So, there's people out there who say I'm wrong. I like proving them wrong. It's fun. I'm sure they're going to be all in a tizzy on their little groups after this because they still watch me. If you're hate watching this, hello. Hope you're enjoying this episode. So, 426 chats. Wow, we're getting busier by the day. Okay, let me see okay, so I got to get to the super chats now. So we're at like 3.5 hours. I'm going to get to the, let me see. I'm in the wrong thing. I'm looking here. Joe. Okay, so thank you for the super chat, Heather. Blood sugar issues on the low nickel diet, not enough fiber. Okay, so for anybody who's asking questions about this, first of all, you can go, well, here, let me just go do this right now. Let's do PEA, or I'm sorry, let's do nickel insulin resistance. Okay, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these papers. Insulin resistance as a mediator in the association between nickel exposure and metabolic dysfunction associated fatty liver disease. Okay, so we got that. Now, just since we're talking about PEA today, one sec. Here we go. Let me see. So we got PEA counteracts liver metabolic inflexibility. You want your liver to be flexible. Modulating mitochondrial function efficiency in diet-induced obese mice, right? Let me go down and find long-term PEA administration, 30 milligrams per kilogram of body weight in high-fat diet mice. Limited liver fat accumulation, increased energy expenditure, increased their metabolic rate, Peters, and markedly reduced insulin resistance. Okay, so what I'm saying here, okay, this is very important to pay attention to. So when you guys come to me with questions of like, does the low nickel diet cause insulin resistance? No, you're having a detox reaction. You're actually literally dumping nickel. It's coming out of you causing symptoms. And you're wondering if the low nickel diet is causing it. Is it? Yes, because you're detoxing nickel out of those areas. Where you are detoxing nickel from is where you get the symptoms. Now, remember, your pancreas and your liver work together to regulate your blood sugar. So either one of them could not be doing their job well. Okay. So, actually, let me see if my buddy got back to me. Hold on. I texted him about this. Let me see. But blood sugar issues, I mean, isn't that that's like one of the highest causes of disease in this country? Okay. My buddy said his blood sugar issues are not from the low nickel diet, are way better than they were during the hardest part of the diet, but they're not completely gone. Okay. He just started on PEA about a week ago. So he's coming along. But anyway, so the blood sugar issues during, I don't know how to explain this to people well enough. When you're going through the low nickel diet, people are asking me, does this cause this? Does this cause this? Does this cause this? Does this cause this? And I'm like, was that around before this? And they're like, well, maybe a little bit, or maybe it wasn't. And then all of a sudden it came up. It's the nickel coming out of you. PEA alleviates nickel symptoms. PEA helped the insulin resistance. Nickel caused insulin resistance. Do you see how we can connect these things all day long? Actually, I could connect flush niacin to most of it too. So the answer to your question is basically yes. And it will get better. And one of the ways to make it get better faster, make sure you're doing the things that the Love Your Liver diet has. Big things for blood sugar control: magnesium. That's a big one. Potassium. And now that we know about PEA, if you want to relieve the symptoms, more fiber won't fix it. Not during the low nickel. I mean, okay, so let me correct that. Pectisol could help. The extra alginate in the PectaClear, which is Pectisol plus the alginate, could help even more. Alginate literally acts as a lot like a soluble fiber. Some papers even say it's a soluble fiber. Pectin by itself doesn't fix this. Pectin's good. Pectin's great, but it doesn't grab onto nickel like the MCP, the modified citrus pectin, the Pectisol does, or the alginate. The alginate stays in your gut, grabs it there. The Pectisol goes into your bloodstream, helps you get rid of stuff through the kidneys, and then it also comes down into your poop through the bile. So is it from not enough fiber? I mean, if you're not eating any fiber, that's not going to help. If people say, well, I don't want to take supplemental fiber and I'm eating, beef and rice or sourdough bread and chicken or whatever, if you don't get any fiber, you don't have much to poop. And you don't have the fiber to slow down the blood sugar changes. So this is the problem. So remember, we didn't create this nickel problem. This nickel problem was inherited by us. And the purpose of a system is what it does. So we were meant to get poisoned. Oh, and it's funny. I saw an article by metallurgists telling everybody that stainless steel doesn't cause nickel toxicity. I'm like, here's the saying. It's nearly impossible what's the saying? It's nearly impossible to convince a man of something that gets in the way of his income. I'm not remembering the exact thing, but when people's income is determined by something, they can't begin, or they will not begin to understand the problems with it. It's just like doctors in pharma. Could you imagine a doctor who goes to work every day thinking that he's literally poisoning people? How healthy is that for him? How long is he going to last in his profession? He wants to medical school for all this time. He needs to pay back his loans. He wants his golf course membership. He wants all these things so he can go walk through pesticides like my dad did and get cancer. Golfing is a horrible sport for your health. Ruins your back and you get poisoned with pesticides. So anyway, work the low nickel diet, get your fibers, highly suggest the PectaClear, and then bring in the PEA, and things should go much more smoothly. But yeah, this will fade away. Yes, as you get better. Okay, so what's the next one, Joe? I wish fiber could fix it all. The PectaClear is the best fiber solution for it. Okay, Louise Hondal, thank you for the super chat. Says, my dad has chronic pain from falling off a roof several years ago, crushing his pelvis. Would PEA help his pain? Not sure if he's tried it yet. Well, I have something like that. Let me find this paper. I just know it off the top of my head. Okay. Misdiagnosed chronic pelvic pain. Pudendal, that's the nerve down there. Neuralgia, that's pain related to a nerve, responding to a novel use of PEA. Okay. We report a case of a 40-year-old man presenting with chronic pelvic pain due to pudendal nerve entrapment. So they're literally saying they can see that the nerve is entrapped and successfully treated with PEA. Conclusion, PEA may induce relief of neuropathic pain. Again, if you have nerve pain, any kind of burning pain, PEA will help. I'm not saying it's going to make it all go away, but it will likely help it. And you do want to take it. The benefits build over time. Through an action upon receptors located on the nociceptive, that's the pain receptors pathway, as well as the more direct action on mast cells via an ALIA, autocoid local injury antagonism mechanism. Oh, here we go. We got more studies on animals. So we got a human case study. As recently demonstrated in animal models, the present case suggests that PEA could be a valuable pharmacological alternative to the most common drugs, antiepileptics and antidepressants used in the treatment of neuropathic pain. So there you go. There's your chronic pelvic pain case study, and they're saying that it helps with animals too. So, yes, I think, is it worth, I mean, a bag of PEA is what, 20 or 30 bucks? Oh, how to take the PEA. Let me tell you. PEA is a fat soluble compound. So you will likely absorb it best if you're going to do the capsules. I think the capsules are not, optimal. Powder, I'm going to tell you how to take it. Okay, acceptable capsules. Do you need micronized or ultra micronized? I don't think so, especially if you do the powder, as I tell you. So since it's a fat soluble thing, can you take it on an empty stomach? Yes. As a fat soluble compound, it might be absorbed better if you take it with a meal that has some fat in it, right? Fat soluble, fat absorbable. Does that make sense? So the best way, the way that Kelsey and I have been taking it and the way we've been telling people to do it, first of all, if you have any dental issues, gum issues, tooth pain, anything like that, you're going to want to take the PEA this way. If you just want to absorb it as best as possible, you're going to want to do it this way. You get the powder. You measure out however much you're going to take. A quarter teaspoon is 400 milligrams. Just you dry scoop it. As they say, you put the powder in your mouth and then you want to get it wet. Okay. So don't talk when you just put it in your mouth or you'll just poof, you'll do that. Either kind of save up some saliva before you put it in so that you can wet it, or just take a little teeny sip of water so you can wet it. Keep it in your mouth as long as you're practically willing. You can swish it around. You can just let it sit. You're trying to absorb it through the buccal surfaces, through the mouth. Yes, you can. So you're getting better absorption that way. It's going straight into your bloodstream. It's also touching all your mouth tissues. And then swallow it. That is, in our opinion, the best way to take it. So just dry scoop it, get it wet with saliva or water, keep it in your mouth as long as possible, as long as you're willing, and then swallow it. Better to take it 2 or 3 times a day than just once. It's better to split up your dose, take it multiple times rather than just 1 time a day. And remember, the benefits accumulate over time as your body clean. Think of it, that study where it was helping with the vitamin A accumulation in the eyes. Takes a while to kick out the fat soluble garbage. So it takes time to work. I think PEA helps clean out your fat cells of fat soluble toxins, which we didn't really have before. OEA is really interesting too. I'm likely going to utilize both of them in the supplement, and Kelsey brought OEA to my attention too. So I want to give proper credit where credit's due. So we got that. Okay, Joe, what's the next one? Remember how I said if PEA and toxic bile paradigm and all these things are right, then PEA could be found to help almost just about anything. Maybe I should do a PEA in the top 10 causes of disease in the US. Oh, Joe, can you do that one from Silvana Neva? The one where it's a PEA testimonial? The one you sent me? Joe's got to find it. Give me a second because okay, here we go. Silvana Neva, 7540. Thank you for the comment. She said, I testify before knowing of the vitamin A paradigm, I advised my aunt to take PEA for pain from osteoarthritis. She reported that she was sweating out yellow. It was spoiling her clothes. Wait, what color's vitamin A again? It's yellow. What did I just say that I think PEA does? I think it cleans out your fat cells. So if you were cleaning out your fat cells, subcutaneous fat is close to the skin, subcutaneous just below the skin, and she started sweating out yellow. And it was staining her clothes. Have you guys paid attention to when you get, let's say you spill some food on your clothes and the food is fatty? Tends to stain your clothes, doesn't it? It may be water and fat mixed together. Like think of, I don't know, tomato sauce that has oil in it. You don't get that out of things, right? Fat soluble toxins and watery stuff can be mixed and then it stains. So yeah. So Beth, if you're listening, yes to your question. So let's see. So Joe, is there any more super chats? Did we get them all? Or I think that's all. Okay. No more super chats. Okay. So, well, I did say maybe 4.5 hours. So I'm going to give half an hour to the chat or 20 minutes, something like that. Okay. So I'm going way up here to the top of the chat. I'm sorry if I missed something because the chat inside of Streamlabs does not always cover everything. So, let's see, going through here. Joe said we have a big show today. Yeah. Okay. Who do we have? Luca, a frequent visitor here, a frequent live chatter. Hello, Dr. Smith, from my family and myself here in Calabria, Italy, and many blessings. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. And again, I'm sorry for starting late today for those of you who were here live. Well, okay. Listen, if I'm going to do this for another 20 minutes, if you guys have any more super chats, you can send them. Okay. And Kelsey's here. Kelsey's Gem Fairy in the comments, if you ever see her there. That was a little inside joke from Kelsey there. She was like, oh, that's a little inside joke. Oh yeah, I had to switch my mouse because my mouse wasn't working. That was fun. Beth said she just got her PEA yesterday and I've taken 2 doses already. Yes, chomping at the bit. LOL. I said that earlier. Yes, and I do want to hear how you feel, Beth. So Julie Yates said, would PEA not just be masking symptoms like so many of the other compounds we are against? I hope you caught in this presentation that the body makes PEA in response to inflammation and injury as a defensive mechanism, and our bodies make it normally, and toxic bile increases the production of PEA. So this is not, okay. Do you need to take PEA? No, you don't have to. Just like with the nickel diet, the low nickel diet, you don't have to do anything. You can just commando it. You can just go without protection. It was the hardest detox of my life. I actually, when I was in the worst of it, I thought my relationship with Kelsey was in jeopardy. It will drive you a bit bonkers. It sucks. Why do you think Kelsey just made a testimonial about what the PEA did for her on her second round of low nickel diet, when she took out that nickel source and how much it helped her through it? So Is it masking? Okay, if somebody's not doing a low nickel diet, are they taking PEA that is probably just masking symptoms? Yeah, because they're not after the root cause. But then again, you just heard from that other person that, I forget, was it her aunt or her mom, took PEA for her arthritis, vitamin A and nickel, and she was literally sweating out yellow and it was staining her clothes. So was she detoxing better? Yes, something. We had Sandy tell us a week or two ago, her son said she was literally smelling like golden seal. That's berberine. What color is berberine? Yellow. So now we have somebody saying they sweat out yellow and it was staining their clothes. Berberine is fat soluble, I believe. And then we had Sandy saying she smelled of berberine, which would be sweating it out. So is that increasing detox? I would say it is. Yes. Is it masking symptoms? Could you use it as a symptom masker? Yes. Could we use it as potentially helping with lipid fatty detox and getting rid of fatty liver? Why is fatty liver yellow? Oh, I don't know. Yellow fat storable toxins that the body makes more fat to hold on to. And it helps to fix the damage that nickel causes while it's in the body, and also the damage that it especially causes on the way out of the body, so that you just basically suffer less through the process. And again, if this is a question to you, so it's something that your body makes that is found in foods, not in big enough amounts to give you a boost necessarily, but it's there. What if PEA and OEA eventually simply improve your quality of life over what it would be without them? Are you against that? I'm not against that. As I have said, here's my stance on supplements, especially as I get older. As my health issues go away, which they are, what's my stance on supplements for the rest of my life? If taking a minimal amount of supplements that I know work for me increases my quality of life over what it would be if I just did if I just did rest and spring water and just eat whole foods. Well, we're a lot more nuanced here than doing something as simplistic as that. We saw somebody earlier in that testimonial who was doing that and was a wreck. So if I can increase my quality of life, I'm more interested in the quality of life while I'm here than I am about necessarily trying to be like Brian Johnson and obsess about longevity and screw up every single thing on the way there. Because why? Because he bases his decisions on cell studies mainly. Brian Johnson is exactly the perfect example of the duration paradox in the real world. They look at cell studies and they go, oh, it helps this mechanism, and the cells did better in one cycle of cells. And we are watching Brian Johnson literally get dry eyes from taking microdosing Accutane. He's literally getting an autoimmune condition. The people who take his supplements and do his diet showed worse blood work. Everything he's doing is wrong, pretty much. I mean, the sauna's okay, but he's trying to cook his brain. He's literally trying to cook his brain in its own juices with like 200-degree saunas. And he's telling people that you don't get any benefits unless you basically literally cook your brain. You know why they don't do marathons when it's too hot? Is because they literally will cook their brain and cause brain damage because their body temperature rises for so long that they're cooking their brain. Oh, let's go do super hot saunas. Great idea, Brian. As he got autoimmune disease and dry eye and like all these, he just keeps going on Twitter and he has to take boner meds every day. I don't understand why anybody listens to this dude other than to make fun of him for like monitoring his son's erection function at night. He literally did that. And he took blood from his son and put it into himself. He's falling apart because he's doing all the wrong things based on cell studies. We're literally here looking at PEA in real people and in whole animals, and it's doing amazing things. So you don't want to take something extra that might improve your quality of life. I mean, what if you like to go and work out? Okay. PEA, actually, did I find the paper? Let me go find the paper. Let me see if I can find it quick. Okay. Yeah, see, I can't remember sometimes because I've been going over these studies that I found in the inner circle and the office hours. So sometimes I don't remember if I've talked about it, but then I'm like, wait, I haven't talked about PEA here at all. So, Joe, you can show this one. The effect of PEA on skeletal muscle hypertrophy, strength, and power in response to resistance training in healthy active adults, a double-blind randomized control trial. So let me tell you a quick story before I go into this paper. First of all, as I've been doing low nickel, and especially over time as I started the PEA, I started noticing that in the gym, I was taking less rest. I needed less rest. Like this is what I do between sets. And I suggested if you have the energy for this, do your set. And then instead of sitting down, checking your phone, do whatever you do when don't just sit your butt down. Walk around the gym as your rest. Don't worry about what other people think. Just find a route and find a route around the gym and just walk around it in your set. Like, so walk for a minute or 2 minutes or whatever you're doing. And then you'll get steps in and you're keeping the blood flowing. I did not used to want to do this. I wanted to sit down between my sets. So now the volume of my workouts has gone up. My rest is now walking, and it's like one little walk around the gym. I don't go to a huge gym. I go to a local gym. And I don't go to one of the Globo gyms. So one day, doing my Judd Lean Hard, like agility, speed, whatever workout it was, I go to the gym, and there's a lot of jumping that day in the workout. And I'm doing this jumping exercise, and I'm going, those of you who are good jumpers, you know this. When you're jumping higher than usual, you feel it. You're weightless for a split second longer. You're going, wow, I'm kind of hanging up here longer than usual. And I noticed that I was doing standing broad jumps, multiple broad jumps in a row. And I was like getting further each I do 4 reps or 5 reps in a, boing, 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 boing. And then I would get further as I went in the sets. I was confused because I was going, wait, I'm jumping higher and farther than usual. And I didn't realize what was going on. So let's go into this paper. And I did this before I knew about this paper. So what did they do here? Primary aim of this study was to investigate the effects of daily PEA supplementation, 300 milligrams PEA. That's not much. Combined with 8 weeks of resistance training on lean body mass with secondary aims addressing strength, power, sleep, and well-being compared to placebo in young, healthy, active adults. Okay. So again, even the Levagen thing, they're dosing it multiple times a day. 2 times 175 milligrams. Or they got cornstarch. Okay. This trial assessed the pre to post changes in total and regional lean body mass, muscular strength, 1 rep max bench, isometric mid-thigh pull. What is that? Anyway, it's some lat exercise, I'm guessing. Muscular power as in a counter movement jump. So I'm pretty sure they're saying they jump off, they step off a box, they hit the ground, they try to jump as high as they can. And whatever a bench throw is, I'm not sure about that. Don't go throwing barbells up in the air on the bench. It might be like a Smith machine bench throw where they're throwing it up on the Smith machine and they measure how high it goes. I didn't look deep into this. Pain associated with exercise training. Wouldn't it be nice to hurt less after your workouts? Sleep and well-being compared with the PEA or PLA condition. So there were no significant between group differences for total or regional lean muscle mass post-intervention. They did not get any more swole. Okay. Pay attention to this part. There was a significantly higher jump height at week 10 in the PEA group compared to the placebo. They were more explosive. Okay. This is, look at this. The placebo group had a higher 1RM bench press post-intervention compared with the PEA group. 2.24 kilograms versus, what was it? 2.73 kilograms. Half a kilogram. That's a pound difference. That's a joke. Is that significant? Do you guys think that does anybody think, other than like elite powerlifters or like high level amateur powerlifters, that training for 8 weeks and gaining a pound on your bench press is significant? A pound. So for the haters, they'll be like, oh, but they bench pressed more. Oh, a whole pound. Really? Seriously? So they said no significant treatment effects were noted for any of the other outcomes. Okay. PEA supplementation, when combined with 8 weeks of strength training, did not impair lean mass gains, not like vitamin C does. Do you know vitamin C actually impairs your gains from the gym? That's what antioxidants do. Don't do them. And it resulted in significantly higher dynamic lower body power when compared with the placebo condition. So this blew my mind when I found it. I was like, oh my gosh, that's me. I was literally jumping higher. So that was kind of cool. So yeah, that's what I got on that one. Joe, if any super chats came up, hold on one sec. I'm going to be quiet so I can open up YouTube, or else I'll be able to hear myself. Don't need the echo. Okay, here we go. I'm going to open up the no more super chats. Okay, Joe said I got them all. Let's see. There it is. Okay, so I wanted to see the legit YouTube stuff. So if you're on Twitter watching this, or other places, sorry, I can't see your comments because I want to look at the YouTube ones. So I'm just seeing some of the more recent ones. Kelsey said, I talked about MSG, PGP, take MK4 instead of MK7, buffered niacin and pectin, very specific stuff does. Yes. The forms of things are very specific. They're very important. This is why so when people don't know what to eat, they fast. When people don't know squat about supplements and meds even, they tell people don't do any of them. Which, for certain people who are not the brightest, that may be great advice. Okay? Because people who are not very smart might go out there and go, vitamin A, it's the first vitamin. It must be the most important. I should take it. And they have no understanding of anything past that. They have no understanding of the difference between vitamins and minerals, and how nobody has an herb deficiency, and how orthomolecular, like mega doses of things, is probably not good, except it can definitely be good with flush niacin and PEA. Wow, they both clean out fatty liver. Weird. So there's a lot of nuance and understanding to what we do. And one of the greatest things that Kelsey brought into my life was she brought her understanding and her knowledge of nuance of other supplements that I had I had totally dismissed niacin and flush niacin. I had totally dismissed it. You guys know in my old videos, it was another mea culpa I had to do. I had to be like, whoops, I messed that one up. Imagine the anti-supplement people doing that. What are they going to do when they have to go like, well, maybe this supplement's okay? You think they'll have the guts to do it? Or will their income make them have to say, wait, I can't say this. I'm taking supplements at home in private, but I'm not going to tell anybody out there that I'm taking them because that's not my shtick. What do? I tell people, I want you to remember when you're out there on the internet now, on social media, there's the big push that, vitamin D is rat poison. Wow, you finally figuring that out? I was doing that like 2014, maybe? At least 2016. I was doing that 10 years ago. And then there was vitamin A. I'm at, in 2 months, I'll be at 8 years of saying vitamin A is a poison. Okay. Several years ago, I figured out, that with Kelsey's amazing guidance and help and patience, that flesh niacin was not bad. Okay. Actually, Dr. Kamastra gave me a really good compliment. And we chat on Telegram a little bit, and he was saying that he had never seen anybody go back on their statements like I did. Like in terms of saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and change their stance. And he said he really admired me for doing that. And he's doing it in his practice now. If he did something with people that he's now learned is probably not a good idea, he's going and offering them. This is what he was telling me he was going to do. I don't know what happened. I'm not going to say the specifics of it, but he was saying he was going to offer people a discounted rate, a seriously discounted rate, to fix the things that he doesn't agree with that he did in the past. Now, some of you out there are going to go, he should do it for free. Okay, I'm sorry if you don't understand how money works, but if Dr. Kamastra realizes something was wrong, or I realized that something was wrong, I had somebody else tell me that I should refund everybody their money once I figured out that vitamin A was bad. So, the saying, don't shoot the messenger. So she wanted me to completely ruin my life and my financial means of doing anything about it, helping more people, because I figured out that something I did in the past was wrong. So somebody might be saying, Dr. Kamastra should do this for free for everybody because he figured out something he did in the past he doesn't agree with anymore. Well, he's giving people a 50% discount. He needs to stay in business to keep helping people. It's only people who don't own a business who would say you should just go and give everybody's money back. We, like some people like Dr. Kamastra and I, we do regret doing what we did as we learned better, but ruining ourselves over figuring out something that other people aren't figuring out, then we can't spread the message and help other people, other doctors especially, to figure it out so they don't do it to more people. So we could do a virtuous cycle and help more people to help more people, or we just shoot the messenger and we disappear forever, and then the problem is still completely there. So anyway, Dr. Kamastra, I wanted to say thank you for that. And I wanted to say we did an episode with Dr. Kamastra about biological dentistry. And yeah, I'm probably going to send him x-rays of my mom's mouth to look at because she says she's been having some tooth pain in the back. And so I'm going to have him check it out because I trust him. He's a smart dude. So watch that episode if you're interested in finding, like, even if you just want a second opinion, find the Dr. Kamastra, the biological dentistry episode, and you can contact him through that. He does second opinions via distance. Okay. So, let's see, where was I? Oh yeah. MK7 inhibits your detox. It inhibits PGP, P-glycoprotein. That's why we don't use it. So let's see. Oh, Taolin says you don't hear much about methylene blue anymore. Absolutely right. Why is methylene blue fading off? Because it doesn't work forever, because it's a drug-like effect. Gosh, what do drugs do? They give you a buzz and a high in the beginning, right? And then that fades off. The dopamine fades off. And then people were having bad reactions to it because I've never seen a compound that slows detox as much as methylene blue does. Haven't seen it. Methylene blue is the ultimate detox slower downer. And so why did people feel better? Because they stopped the toxins from coming out of their tissues and their body trying to get rid of them, which was what caused the symptoms. That's what I just said about nickel detox. When you detox nickel, where it comes out of is your symptoms. If you're getting depressed and anxious on the low nickel diet, like Kelsey was, that's nickel coming out of your brain. What did Kelsey also figure out? She took disulfiram for Lyme. She was prescribed disulfiram by a Lyme literate doctor. And disulfiram, as she found in the research, could store up to 10 times more nickel in her brain. Brain symptoms, stored nickel. There's a reason for all of this. We're just the only ones out there really telling you why and what the cause is. So like with the blood sugar symptoms during the low nickel diet, yeah, it's nickel coming out of either your liver or your pancreas or both at the same time, and you're having trouble stabilizing your blood sugar. That's going to go away. And in the meantime, the PEA could help with the symptoms, the Pecticlear could help with the symptoms and the detox, and we can relieve the symptoms while you're going through it because it sucks. Okay, let me keep going. Tao Lin says he used to be red too. Kelsey says if there's less methylene blue chatter now, I like to think we helped with that. Yes, and if the main methylene blue seller on Twitter is watching this, I want to say I'm really glad that Kelsey and I helped reduce the sale of methylene blue through our most popular Twitter thread. You're literally selling poison to people, and karma will be a bitch. So, Kelsey says she tells everyone it's porta potty dye because it literally is. It is. The blue in porta potties, it kills everything. That's why they use it there. Buttercup Yeshua says, my significant other got 3rd-degree burns at Wild Rivers. He's fair like you. Ugh, didn't know about rash guards then. The chlorine I felt intensified it. It may. It could. I mean, chlorine's an oxidizer, right? What does the sun do to you? It creates oxidation, which can be good for detox, but also if you layer chlorine on top of it, which is an oxidizer, do you see how this could rapidly cause problems? And then people take antioxidants for the damage. Okay, they're not getting to the point of it. Oh, I didn't tell you what I did this a week ago-ish. So Kelsey and I went to a resort and it's Scottsdale, 111, 112 degrees. I was out there. I didn't get burned. That used to be unheard of. I did not put on sunscreen. I did not wear sunglasses. I was not worried about getting burned at all. And I didn't get burned. And I saw all the other lobster people around there, because it's hot and its sun's intense. So I used to get burned very easily. I used to know that like I could stay in my own personal guidelines. Like I would try to get some sun because even back in my 20s, I knew the sun was important, but I also knew that I burned. So like if I was on a boat, I'd take my shirt off for like 15, 20 minutes. I would watch the clock and I would put my long sleeve shirt on and my sun hat on after that. So I was trying to be smart about it. I didn't want to use sunscreens, but I also knew that the sun was good for me. So that's what I did. I put on literal covering instead of sunscreen. I don't get burned anymore. I don't wear sunscreen anymore. The things that contribute to this, yes. Do I think nickel contributes? Well, nickel inhibits vitamin A toxicity. So if you're nickel toxic, you're going to be vitamin A toxic. Vitamin A, we had people stop burning from just low vitamin A diet. And then one of the things that people on other places love to say, it's the PUFAs that caused you to sunburn. Well, we don't obsess about PUFAs. We just don't add them via a lot of oils. We don't eat fish. We don't eat shellfish. We don't use seed oils, but we don't obsess about it. It's just don't add extra fat that isn't necessary to your food. All of a sudden, if you're not adding added fats, seed oil problem gone. So all of a sudden, no seed oils, low vitamin A, low nickel. People are able to go out in the sun and get a little bit of a tan, but they don't dark tan because they're not that toxic. You know, melanin in your skin? You know, melanin is a toxic metal storage compound. Go look it up. Go look up melanin toxic metal storage. So a lot of melanin in your skin can actually turn into a toxic metal storage. So what is some of the sun damage that people get may literally be toxic metals trapped in their skin. But then we also have helped people get rid of liver spots and age spots, which are lipofusion, which is a vitamin A. It's got vitamin A in it and probably melanin. So it all makes sense. Oh. Okay, Joe. I'll think about it. Let's see. Joe says I'm talking really fast. I might be. I'm kind of, who was saying it today that they said I was really amped up about this show? Yeah. Okay. Christopher says Pectisol has really messed up your gut. Well then don't do Pectisol then. You might want to try like sodium alginate and potassium alginate powder, mix it with water. And I'm going to give you guys the tips on alginate. Okay. I love alginate. I have a teaspoon of alginate powder every morning now in my detox sludge. I have figured out how to make it work. So the brand I like for sodium alginate, Cape, this is the last thing I'm going to go over today. Cape Crystal Brands. That's their website, capecrystalbrands.com. They sell sodium alginate powder. They sell potassium alginate powder. Can you buy it from other places? Sure. This is just one of those places they specialize in molecular gastronomy, where they make crazy things with food. That, they teach you how to make the boba balls, stuff like that. So anyway, I'm going to, if we ever make a supplement of half sodium alginate, half potassium alginate, that's what we're going to do. But if you want the powders, which are the best way to get them right now, you can get sodium alginate caps, but they're going to be pretty expensive because they sell them for GERD. But if you want to make your own, that's fine. So how can you use alginate powders? Let's go over that. First, you can always put them in a capsule. That's easy. Next, you can, if you mix, so the problem with alginates is if you mix them, like you just put alginate powder in a glass and you put water in it, it clumps real bad. Like you've just got floaties in there at the top. And this is what they talk about with the alginate raft that they tell people with GERD. So you take sodium alginate for your GERD and the capsules go down and they clump in your stomach and they float. And so they're trying to say that the alginate raft prevents you burping up the acid into your esophagus. Is that true? Well, I mean, the raft idea can work, but it's the alginate soaking up the nickel that's fixing the GERD. So they've just got the wrong solution. Like it works, but their mechanism is wrong. So the clumps. Okay, so if you mix it with water and you let it sit long enough, somebody earlier was saying several hours. A video I saw about alginates said overnight. So if you mix up the powder with water and you let it sit long enough, make sure you add enough water to it. The more water you add to it, the quicker it will unclump and dissolve. So either overnight or at least a couple, 2, 3, 4 hours. Okay. And then stir it up again and it should be more easy to drink instead of clumps. So there's that. Now, if you want to do the powder without waiting, I got these tips from a place that sells alginate. if you want to do the powder without waiting, you have a couple of options. One is you need to have something that will stir the water fairly quickly while you sprinkle in the alginate powder. And I mean sprinkle slowly, like they were showing it on the video, and they're just sprinkling in, like almost like lightly salting food paste. Okay. So you could have like a hand stirrer and be stirring the water, and then slowly, if you want to try to do the two-hand thing at once, or you could put the alginate into the water and it's going to clump, and you could use an immersion blender, like those blenders that you see where people make their own mayo. It's like this, it's the serious hand blender that goes in, and you can just blend up the alginate into chunks, like tiny, tiny chunks, and then it will dissolve in the water. So it's going to make the water thicker. Don't get me wrong. Like that's how they make boba. It's going to thicken up the water. Finally, the last way is if you mix the alginate powder with enough other powders that do not gel, they don't clump on their self. So you can't mix the alginate with pectin and then be like, why'd it clump? Because pectin gels. You can't mix the alginates with another gelling powder, or that powder doesn't count. As they said in the videos that I've seen and in molecular gastronomy, that you need to add like 5 times as much to 6 times as much other powders by volume to the alginate powder of volume that you have there. So if like I have a teaspoon of total alginate powder, I need to add at least 2 tablespoons, 6 teaspoons. That's the same thing. A tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. So I'd have to add, I'll just say 6 teaspoons. I'd have to add 6 teaspoons of powder or more, stir all those powders together, and then it won't clump. So things you could add, things that I found. Zeolite, our zeolite. If you mix, like I think a scoop is 5 grams ish. So 2 scoops would be 10 grams, but that's probably getting close to. So I use 1 scoop of zeolite with my alginates, and then I actually add sun fiber too, because sun fiber doesn't clump. So between the zeolite and the sun fiber, with a teaspoon of alginate, you've probably got enough volume to mix with the alginate so they won't clump. But anything you're doing powder, could you add niacin to it? Yes. PEA, no. PEA is fat soluble. PEA floats on water. PEA no mix with alginates. So PEA, you can drink water to take it, but you cannot mix PEA into anything that is not emulsified or fatty, or you will just have the PEA floating at the top of the water or the watery substance. Okay. So, what did Joe send me? So anyway, so those are the ways to take alginates. You can do it, you mix it up and you let it sit, or you do capsules, or you mix it while you're adding the alginate slowly, or you can immersion blender and just chop up the alginate that's already clumped, or you can add, we'll say a six times as much volume of other non-gelling powders to whatever amount of alginate you have. So a 6-to-1 ratio by volume of other powders to alginate. Stir up those powders. The more you have, the less likely it is to clump. Stir all those powders up, add the water, stir it. You might get a little bit of clumping, but it's easy to drink. I think now the alginate, when I didn't know about the clumping, I did not like the alginate, but now that I know how to counteract the clumping, it's fine. So that's what I got. Oh, wow. Let's do this. Joe, can you show that? So we got an update on the doggy. So funny thing, on the social media channels, my posts about dogs have done the absolute best. People are out there trying to say stainless steel is fine for dogs. And I'm like, okay, bro. Okay. Everybody out there is a dog expert. It's hilarious. I'm out here not even trying to get dogs better, and I'm getting dogs better. And they're out there telling me what is good and what isn't. I'm just like, okay, bro. So here we go with our update from the dog testimonial. Update on my dog from the testimonial. Thank you, Jillian. She says she is off the corticosteroids for the last week and doing well, though she is definitely experiencing detox symptoms, definitely testing microdose PEA next. So if you go back and watch the episode, this dog has been on corticosteroids for a very long time, and she has weaned the dog off of the steroids by following the Love Your Liver principles in general, and now by adding the low nickel diet to it. So eventually the low nickel diet will be part of the Love Your Liver program as it stands. It's kind of a rewrite of the whole thing because the beans and the whole grains are not in there anymore. And we're going to allow, for people who tolerate it, some amount of dairy, which has some vitamin A in it, so people can get enough calcium in a efficient way. Calcium was another thing that I came around on. I did say, okay, maybe some people need more calcium than what our original diet was. That was another mea culpa I had to do. And I did it. So, yeah. Do I stand by the calcium episode I did where calcium supplements literally will put you in the ground earlier? Yeah. Food calcium doesn't seem to cause problems, but calcium supplements will literally put you in the ground earlier. So I'm not big on calcium supplements. So like we talked about today, you can do some dairy if you tolerate it. And then the figs seem to have some nickel protective properties, as that study showed. So if you want to start working in some figs again, feel free. I have a bag in the closet that I wasn't touching. And now I like having about 6 figs a day. I like having that in my daily thing. So, okay. Now I think we're done. So thank you all for coming today. I'm going to run through. If you guys want to find out more about me working with Kelsey on hair testing and blood testing, the office hours, the inner circle, I'm about to go through that now. So here we go. Our main website. We are working on getting the website upgraded and redone right now. So nutritiondetective.com. That's very exciting. There we have the shop. The shop is where you can find, so up at the top there, that's normally a bar all the way across, but the shop is where people who are not in the Love Your Liver program can buy our supplements and our other products. Then there is the VIP store. The VIP store is for Love Your Liver members only. It's password protected. That's where they can get their discounts. Love Your Liver members get discounts on all the supplements that we sell. Then there is at the membership link, that is the Love Your Liver program. So if you want access to my life's work along with a social network of people who are on the same journey as you, that's where we get these testimonials from. That is the Love Your Liver program, and that's under the membership link. And then there are the consultations. Kelsey's doing the consultations right now. You get a hair test, you get a blood test, and you get a consult and a supplement recommendation plan. And then you can also, if you choose to, you want troubleshooting support, you want up to 6 months of access to myself and Kelsey at our Zoom meetings. We each do a Zoom meeting once a week called the office hours. And that's where some people heard about PEA first. Then you can get access to that if you're inside the Love Your Liver program. And there is an extra fee for that now. Next, we have the Love Your Liver program. That's what I just talked about at the membership link. But if you want to go directly to it, go to members.nutritiondetective.com. And that's where you can find that. Like I said, I'm working on updating it. I've got some help on working on the nickel toxicity stuff, getting it all together. It's a lot of stuff, right? I mean, Beth sent me an email the other day or a message saying that I had, before this show, I had 34 hours of nickel toxicity stuff. So trying to keep up with a weekly live stream like we just did today, that was kind of big, and rewriting the whole program and potentially writing a book. Hopefully I'm going to integrate those things so that I save time and work. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. And I'm in the middle of a big personal thing right now too. So it's a good thing. Anyway, if you'd like to sign up for our email newsletter and get our free email course, you can find that at madnessofmodernnutrition.com, or on our main website right there. You can see it up at the top. Get my free course, The Madness of Modern Nutrition, and you can sign up for the email newsletter list. We don't send that many emails, but if you want to know about flash sales, you want to know about, like, we're gonna do something very soon here. I think we're going to start. So we're going to do a benefit for you guys. I've been doing my inner circle group for something like 8 years now. I started in 2018. And all of those episodes, if you wanted access to all of those episodes and you didn't want to be, let me tell you the difference. The inner circle is inside the Love Your Liver program. So you got to be inside the Love Your Liver program. That's a live stream I do right after this one. That's where you can ask questions that YouTube might not like the answers to. You can ask as many questions as you want in there. You don't have to do a super chat. Everybody who's in the inner circle gets to ask questions. There's the live chat at the same time. So you get to be in a very small live chat and you get to ask questions. You get to post questions whenever you're there. So you don't have to be live to post questions. So there's that. Then if you wanted a lower cost option, then there would be the Advanced Detox program, is what we call it. I'm going to make a better name for it. But anyway, that's where you can find the inner circle videos 4 weeks after they were originally done. So you don't get to ask questions. You don't get to be in the live chat. But for $10 a month, you get access to the 8 years of back episodes. Now, we're literally running out of space in the Advanced Detox program. So what I decided to do was we're going to make sure that we're going to take each week, I'm going to take like an 8-year-old episode. I'm going to make sure that I clean it up for YouTube. The Rumble will have the unedited version, but I'm going to clean it up for YouTube and I'm going to post it here so you guys can see what I was talking about 8 years ago. And people seem to, lots of you guys still feel like you get nuggets, valuable nuggets from my old 6 years old live streams. So in my 8-year-old inner circle videos that were back then, there's probably going to be lots of gold in there for you guys to sift through. And if you're a binge watcher of this, it's free. So we'll probably bring out one old inner circle that's like 8 years old, because we keep doing new ones each week, just to give you guys more content, because you guys like it and people benefit. And you may hear the one thing that helps you fix your chronic thing back then. But just remember, that's 8 years old. Things have changed since then. So, Joe's saying my back has more endurance because he's used to, when I do this in a show, my back gets a little tired after 4 hours. So thanks, Joe. Thanks for noticing. That's what I'm saying about my workouts. Like, I'm doing more volume. I'm doing more in my workouts than I ever have since the low nickel. And definitely it's improved even since the PEA. So YouTube, this is probably where you're watching it, but youtube.com/nutrition detective. Generally, if you search for Nutrition Detective around the internet, you'll find it. Very soon, we're going to have the trademark on Nutrition Detective, which is cool. Rumble. This is our backup channel, basically. Rumble has all of the episodes of the live stream. And it's also got episode 198, which was removed from YouTube and got me a strike. So that, it was Kelsey's fault, but it's okay. So rumble.com/user/nutrition detective. I forgive her. I totally forgive her. I didn't even catch it while she said it. It was and only until after that we do that. What we do now is, as soon as this episode's over, or as soon as possible, we download the video from here, from YouTube, so that in case there was ever a problem, we have it, because the bots don't scan it fast enough to take it down before we are able to download it. So we have our vase. So Twitter, yeah, those are all the. So remember, we just did episode 258, so that was 258 episodes weekly. 260 will be 5 years solid of live streams without a missed week. I take that. I have a lot of pride in that. Twitter, x.com/NutriDetect. We're going to have all of the new shorts and reels posted there. Not super active there on a daily basis anymore, but we still have plenty of posting there that we do. Instagram, again, Instagram, the meta stuff, the Instagram and the Facebook. Instagram is the.real nutrition detective. Facebook is the.real nutrition detective. TikTok at nutrition detective. You see a pattern. Substack. This one's a little different. drgarrettsmith.substack.com. I'm not writing a lot of huge, big things there, but we do post older material that we have to keep it going there. Beth, I talked about Beth today. She has a chat. Joe, can you send if Beth's comment was something you thought I should address, can you send it to me on Telegram? But Beth Martens, big fan of the Love Your Liver program and of low nickel. And like I said, she just started on her PEA. She's very excited. She does a weekly, no cost deprogramming your health group. Her version of mental emotional work, I can attest to it. I mean, that's what I call it, spiritual too, but I can attest to it really helping. I actually really think it just helped. It helped me in a way that's hard to explain. Like, okay, so when you guys know, like, so for those of you who get anxiety, right? Or depression, but especially anxiety, when you get that feeling and your brain finds something that you're worried about to obsess on. Okay. What I believe Beth's work did for me was, especially now with and the low nickel stuff, it was important. Like, it was really important during that part, but it's also helped with other stuff since then, because everybody gets a little anxious once in a while, right? Or space weather hits and you might get anxious. Space weather is totally nickel, by the way. Kelsey's got a crazy study connecting that. But anyway, what happens if I get a little anxiety now, I feel it. And my brain doesn't grab onto something. I just have this feeling of anxiety. And then I can literally go, oh, this isn't me. Like, I'm not even anxious about anything in particular. It's just a feeling that's there. And then I can think about it and go, I don't like it, but it's going to go away. I can just sit with it and be like, oh, okay, it'll pass just like all the other ones. And it does. So it's really cool to not, like, let's say when I get anxious, start obsessing about the business or obsessing about money or whatever. So it's really nice that I can just, if I had to feel something, just feeling the anxiety is nice instead of my brain grabbing onto something. So that's one of the biggest things that helped me with. So, well, Beth, do you want to send, I'll tell the story as well as I can. If you want to send Joe the picture of your arm, so that would be great. And then I can give you Beth's testimonial to the PEA after her little after her story. Or I'm sorry, Beth, you could send it to me. No, I've got the picture. Beth, can I show the picture? I need to get your permission first. So here, Joe, if you see her response, let me know. Okay. Yeah, Beth can come on. That's fine. If we can give Beth a link, or should we go, Joe? I'm gonna assume you're taking care of that. So we'll Joe's sending the link to her. Yeah, that's what he said. Sorry, I read your stuff wrong, Joe. Anyway, I'll just keep going until Beth's here. So just let me know when she's here, Joe. This is kind of a cool story. So the Reviv Mouthguard, this is something that I've done a couple episodes on I did an episode with Ken Lever about his Reviv Mouthguard. It's what I'm going to put my son in once those devilish stainless steel braces are off of him, which happens, I think, in 2 weeks. I'm so excited. So is he going to have a retainer? No, he's not going to have a retainer. He's going to have a Reviv Mouthguard. I sleep with mine every night. I'm into the R3 XL, which is the big one. So it's really helping to expand my palate. And I just highly recommend him. I like Ken. I like what he's doing. I don't think the Reviv Mouthguard fixes everything, but I do think it helps a lot. And then I also did another episode on how the toxicities can change the shape of your skull, which is then what the Reviv Mouthguard can help undo. So, Joe, if Beth's ready. Beth, are you ready? Can you hear me, Beth? Joe, if you want to bring her on, go ahead. Okay, there she is. Hi, Beth.
Hi.
So do you want to tell us, Joe, do you have the picture, right, for when we're ready? So Beth, tell us the story about what you think just happened as part of the nickel detox, what you believe to have happened.
Right. So I was going through a serious nickel suck. You coined that term, like really, and I just to give credit to the mental, emotional, spiritual work that you're just talking about. It did carry me through. I was days and days into it. I had that feeling that it wasn't going to end. And now I know by now the feelings are, something you don't take as the authority over you. And so on that final day, I did a lot of inner work just to get to a place of feeling, okay, this is where I'm at, and just, be in total acceptance of it. And I felt fantastic in a surrendered way, but yet my body was still sick. So it was like, okay, but that's a big difference already. Then in a couple of hours, all of a sudden the curtain opened, my vitality came back, my energy came back, and I felt like myself again, suddenly. And then the next day, I don't know if you guys can see this in the camera.
Oh, yes.
This exploded on my arm, which is something very unusual for me. Now it's quite healed. Look at this. This is 2 days on PEA, by the way. So I think that's already helping.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh my goodness, I've never in my life had eczema. What could this be? And then I thought, you know what? The only time I've seen skin eruptions like this was when I was doing chemotherapy nearly 30 years ago. I would get all this streaky stuff, along the veins. And I don't know if you can see it, but
yeah. So the picture you guys can see on the screen, that's how it was when it was aggravated.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. It was itchy, not very severe. Like I wasn't running looking for something. It was only maybe a 2 or 3 out of 10. But now after 2, I'm on my 3rd dose of PEA right now, and it's already fading, and there's no itch of any kind. So I do believe that this could be the chemo coming out of my arm that I received a great deal in.
You said that was the arm you got the chemo in, yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, my arm would feel like it got hit by a truck after every, I would spend 8 hours on an IV receiving those drugs. And so I'm hopeful now some of this stuff is coming out.
That's an amazing story. And I do think, like we're seeing these toxins, nickel inhibits detox. And so if we fix that, you start dumping stuff. And the skin is, in a certain way, as I was taught, you kind of want things coming out of your skin. It's more superficial. It's not your organs, like your deep organs. So it's kind of like a good sign if things are moving towards the skin. That's a positive sign in a lot of alternative health worlds. So that's great. I mean, that's the PEA. So when people are thinking, is the PEA just helping symptoms? If it's literally helping your arm to heal faster and better, I'm going to say that that's not just masking symptoms. That's my stance on it.
Exactly. Such a quick turnaround too, right? This is not even a week old, and here it is already healing. So that's amazing.
I want to see.
I'm grateful.
When did you send me that picture?
That was, let's see. Just go back.
I'm looking here. Oh wait.
July 6th.
You sent me that picture yesterday. So was that picture taken yesterday? Or was that like maybe the day before?
I think the day before. Yeah, the day before.
So that was 2 days ago. And now we have this resolution of it. Yes, there's still some coloration to it. Okay. But that's the longest thing to go away oftentimes. So yeah,
Right, exactly. But no sensation, like it's not itchy anymore, and it's not raised,
yeah.
and kind of like flaky.
Oh, is that how it was before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
exactly. Yeah.
Well,
So
thank you
thank
for
you.
coming on
You're
and
very
joining that.
welcome.
You guys, Beth has her own live podcast. And so, Beth, do you want to say a word about it? Because she's been talking about her experience with nickel toxicity and Dagmar's experience with nickel detox. So if you want to give that a plug here while you're here.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, Dagmar and I did 2 episodes. It's called Get De-Nickeled. And that's when I went and counted the number of hours that you'd done. Because now when I think about sending people to learn about nickel toxicity, I'm like, who's going to get through 34 hours?
I know.
So I'm not criticizing at all. Like you've laid the incredible foundation. So we just distilled it down and created 2. We couldn't get through it in 1 episode of 2 hours. So there's a part 1 and part 2. And in the second one, I warn you, there's a lot of talk about farting, because nickel farting is a very big and real thing. And yeah, so Dagmar really ran with that that aspect.
Cool. Well, I'll just say there's one more thing about the PEA that I've noticed. So if nickel toxicity is what I believe to be the biggest driver of space weather symptoms and EMF symptoms, one of my biggest symptoms that I would get from space weather was I would get very rapid fire, either burping or farting or both. It was impressive. Like I was just like, what got into me? And what happened? So here's the theory. We start dumping nickel into our gut. The nickel changes your gut biome. The gut biome that was now different starts feeding on stuff and making gas. And then it either comes up this way or it goes down the other way. That's the only explanation that I can think of that could rapidly create gas that quick. So I have been noticing that now when there is space weather, unless it's really intense, I get almost none of that.
That's amazing.
I can tell when the space weather hits because I start burping, like big burps out of nowhere.
Wow.
And there's no reason for it. Like I ate like 2 hours ago and all of a sudden I'm at the gym and I start burping and I go, I don't drink pre-workout. I don't do this nonsense. And it just comes and then it goes, and there's no reason to rhyme to it other than space weather. So, but yeah, so that's a big thing. So do I think PEA helps with nickel symptoms? For me, yes. So for those of you who are suffering with space weather, and we're one of the few places that talk about it on a regular basis, the PEA will likely help that too. So you can look forward.
Right. Yeah, my gut is way better now, and no farting anymore. So
well, let me finish up your my plug of you. So yeah, she does her. Oh, actually, why don't you do it? You're here.
Okay, sure. So yeah, if anybody's interested to dive in, it's not for the weak of heart. You know, it's like a nickel detox, that you're going to experience things that have been in the unconscious. It's called pain. It's called conscious suffering rather than unconscious suffering, which becomes that which you can actually do something about. As long as it's unconscious, it just operates in your life and erupts as things that you don't want to be happening. It definitely interacts with your health in a very big way. And if the person doesn't mind, I did tell the story on your forum today, how someone came and they were brave enough to work on some pain that they were in. And they went from a 10 out of 10 pain at the beginning. And by the end of the session, it probably took 15 minutes in total, very short time. They were at a 0 out of 10 on the pain. And it was just the layers of programming that were contributing to the extra pain. Now, I don't know if the pain stayed away forever. It might not be the case. But, there's so much suffering that we don't have to be going through, because it's just, the programming exacerbates everything. Once you're aware of it, you can start to have a lot more control over your inner life. If anybody would like to just explore working with me, you can use that link in the notes below to apply for a zero cost session where we can discuss what you're going through, if this work is right for you or not. Not everybody is there yet in that place, but if you're really decided on growing your your real essence of your being and letting go of the weight of programming, then I'd be happy to talk to you. And I do highly recommend to take advantage of the Deprogramming Your Health sessions. Now, they won't be forever, for sure. In September, I'm not going to be able to do that time slot anyway. We'll see how I change things. And for this time, Love Your Liver members only, I'm offering a 3-month guest membership in the House of Free Will, which is where you can find the recordings of these sessions. So it's like literally no cost to you. You get all the recordings from, I think we're going on number 10 tomorrow. I've been teaching every single class as well as doing the coaching, so people can get a lot out of it. I've heard that those that aren't able to come live can still get a lot from those recordings. So, thank you, Joe, putting my website up there. Yeah, so you can reach me that way or on Telegram or anything. Thank you very much.
What's the YouTube channel that you're doing your stuff on?
It's called, I believe, the Real Beth Martens, or like you can search.
Oh yeah, that's your YouTube name.
Yeah, the King Hero's Journey podcast is my show when I do interviews. I'd love to have you on again to talk about nickel when you're ready. And then the Beth of Fresh Air is always Friday at the same time, 2:00 Central.
You're a busy lady.
I am.
So she has a book, she has trainings and courses, and then she has individual sessions. So like I said, I've done 2 sessions with her, and I tend to grok these things pretty quick, as even Beth said to me. So 2 sessions may not sound like a lot, but I got so much out of it, and I recommend it. I highly recommend it. So
you are very brave, and that's not even normal for guys, right? Feeling your feelings isn't quite up a guy's alley, but it is a necessary. It's work, and it's actually very masculine, believe it or not, to get to that place where you're just going to go into the storm like a warrior rather than run away and try to prevent the suffering. It's like, no, it's already happening. Let's just do this. So kudos to you.
Thank you. It's not weak to get rid of suffering. That's not a weakness. So
no,
just admitting that you have an issue, the suffering is going to cause you problems anyway. So just people think, I think especially men, they think if they admit the issue, then it's going to be somehow they're like admitting they're weak and they're not in complete control of their self and all that stuff. And I just go, what I found, this is a simple thing for you guys. This is something that I found for myself, and Kelsey knows this to be true. And this is what your work did for me. Once I needed a little help to name the problem or the issue. I needed a little help to name the issue. And then once I named the issue, you had the tools for me to deal with the stuff that came up with there. But once in my health stuff, once I name the issue, then I find the solution. And that's your work, and you had the solutions and the work to help me find it. And then you gave me the solutions. And now I've taken some of that and I can do some of it on my own because I just know what to look for now. And it's been really great. So I highly recommend.
Fantastic. And that is the goal, that people can become independent in the work. I don't want anyone to have to rely on me or, need me. And a lot of we actually have a training, if you don't mind if I quickly let people know, starting in 2 days, a self-remembering with archetypes course. So it's including the deprogramming work. It's including also scene work to put yourself in the place of the archetypes that I work with on the hero's journey and actually enact these scenes, find that stuff, because you very unexpectedly in the process see like, oh my God, did she say that? Did she do that? Is she feeling like this? It brings it up. And that's again, the warrior approach. You want to bring your own stuff up so you don't have to wait for your life to just make trouble for you or just feeling bad for no reason. You're actively going in to get that stuff. It's very accelerated. It starts on the 9th, like I said. And so self-remembering with archetypes, you just go to my website. There's a tab there that you can click on, and it's not too late to join. So I know there's already one LY, actually 3 LYL members are going to be in there. So you'll be in good company.
Awesome. Amazing. Well, that's great. Yeah. Thank you for coming on, Beth.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back and listen to your 5-hour live stream now. All right.
Go back and get what you missed.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. All right. Bye for now.
Okay, bye for now. Okay, so let me just finish up here. So we talked about the Reviv Mouthguard. Like, I love that thing. Sperti lamps. Like, if you live somewhere where it's gonna be winter soon, right? If you don't have access to the sun because you live somewhere dreary, like northern Idaho, where I go regularly, or if you live somewhere where you don't want to go out in the sun, like if it's Scottsdale and it's just too dang hot, you need light. I don't know. Okay, I think light is good for us. However, you know what I did the other day for the whole vitamin D? People have been questioning vitamin D. I went and I searched and I said, is there any evidence of complete darkness or close to complete darkness causing osteoporosis? Couldn't find any evidence. You know what causes weak bones, folks? Is it can be your diet, but it's especially not loading your bones with weight or force. I couldn't find anything that separated out exercise from sun exposure for bone development. You need to trigger your bones to develop or to get stronger. Just like muscles get weaker if you don't use them. Well, muscles pull on bones. Bones are actually shaped by the muscles pulling on them, and they get stronger from the muscles pulling on them. So anyway, the whole vitamin D facade may be falling down. Vitamin D may just simply be a marker. It's like your body's sunscreen, and your body makes it when you go out in the sun. So why are we, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's good for you. It could be a proxy, like vitamin D could be standing in for how much you go outside. And most often when people go outside regularly, like in beach towns, they're exercising. So they're healthier. So anyway, the whole vitamin D thing is crashing down. And I'm glad to have been part of that. A long time ago, I started on that. So anyway, Fiji lamps, or Sperti lamps. I do still believe that humans need light. Most of us know that if we go outside in the sun, we feel better. So what is that doing? I can't explain it. Do I think it's vitamin D? Probably not. But Sperti lamps, if you want to get one, these are our affiliate codes. Clasp. For those of you who saw the highlights today, you can find all of those highlights on Clasp by simply searching for, if you search for nickel, it will highlight it will show all the studies where I highlighted the word nickel in the study. So that's just where you can go. There's that. So, it's a complicated little link, but if you want to go there, once you do it once, you got it. So let's keep going. There, Joe's got the Clasp up. Okay. So that's so it's got the studies from today. So right now, if you were on Clasp, let's say in the morning or day or two before I do the show, you could probably actually watch in real time as I add studies on there as I'm highlighting stuff. So that's kind of cool, I guess. But anyway, I am Dr. Garrett Smith, the nutrition detective around these here YouTube parts. And today we went over all sorts of stuff. We went over flesh niacin and selenium and fatty liver and all this. But the big thing we went over today was palmitoyl ethanolamide. I covered a little bit of oleoyl ethanolamide, but PEA for short, as being the best supplement for nickel toxicity and detox symptoms. It can just make, whether you do the nickel diet or not, the low nickel diet or not, you can probably feel better from using it. Kelsey has, we had other testimonials here from just a couple weeks of people using it. This stuff is helping to undo the damage. Oh, and before somebody asks, when I say it fixes the leakiness, can you take lactoferrin with it? Yes. Yes, you can. There's nothing wrong with why not synergize them. They work on different mechanisms. So, okay. So I just wanted to answer that, and I will see you all next week. We did make it. Oh, we did pull off is that a 5-hour show? Holy crap. That's a 5-hour show. I believe, is it 5 hours? No, we're 4:45. Well, it's probably the longest show we've done. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Hope you all got tons out of this. Watch for the old Inner Circle video to come out this week, and I will see you all next time. Oh, and the Naya soda will be in the VIP store this week. Bye now.